Mona might need a minute, but...
I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lavanino?
Here.
Ms. Wolf?
Here.
Ms. Hartman?
Here.
Mr. Adam?
Here.
Chair Williams?
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion on the minutes for September 18th?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. CEO's report.
Good morning, board members and our public. Today, just wanted to let people know, as an organization, we have started the United Way giving campaign. It started last month. We had a day of caring as part of the United Way throughout the community that brought out hundreds of employee volunteers. And I know that Supervisor Hartman also volunteered, and a member of our departments also. So that's why, as you walked in this morning, you saw a bunch of treats produced by Scott McGulpin, personally. In his department. The funding will go to the United Way, which, as you know, serves a variety of programs in our community, both in the north and the south part of the county. And as of yesterday, the county had 365 donors, and we hope to double that. And just to let you know, Santa Barbara County's employees, we give the most. We have the largest corporate giving in the county, ahead of even Cottage Hospital. The campaign ends October 18th, and I encourage those who feel they can to contribute. Thanks.
And we should thank CEO Miyasato for providing each of the board members. She bought us a treat this morning, so thank you.
Thank you for giving a little bit more to United Way.
I was told that Scott made them personally, so.
So if I get sick, Scott.
So I have that we're going to pull A3, A10, and A26, but let's first do the ceremonial items of A29 through A34. Can I get a motion on the ceremonial items? All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Let's take A29.
Administrative item 29 comes from Supervisor Williams. This is a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2018 as Dyslexia Awareness Month and recognizing the work of Pam Boswell. And if I can have Pam come to the podium. And I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas dyslexia is defined as unexpected difficulty in reading for an individual who has the intelligence to be a much better reader, and due to a difficulty in getting to the individual's sounds of spoken language, which affects the ability of the individual to speak, read, spell, and often learn a language. And whereas dyslexia is the most common different learning ability and affects 80% to 90% of all individuals with a different learning ability. And whereas an individual with dyslexia may have weakness in decoding or reading fluency and strength in higher level cognitive functions, such as reasoning, critical thinking, concept formation, and problem solving. And whereas great progress has been made in understanding dyslexia on a scientific level, including the epidemiology and cognitive and neurobiological bases of dyslexia. And whereas early diagnosis of dyslexia is critical for ensuring that individuals with dyslexia receive focused, evidence-based intervention that leads to the promotion of self-awareness and self-empowerment and the provision of necessary accommodations so as to ensure school and life success. And whereas it is critical to have community services available to work with, support, and ensure students who have dyslexia have the best chance to succeed at both school and life. And whereas Pam Boswell has taught in Santa Barbara Middle School since 1991, coordinates the program for accommodation and support, and has dedicated her career to empowering students with different learning abilities to have confidence in their abilities and an advocate for themselves. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors designates October 2018 as Dyslexia Awareness Month and recognizes the work of Pam Boswell, passed and adopted today.
And Pam, before you say something, I also want to note that in addition to the county resolution, you'll be presented today a joint resolution from Assemblymember Monique Lamone and Senator Hannibal Jackson in back too. So you'll walk away with a 3 for today.
Score. Oh, thank you. Do I need to do anything? I speak so loudly, as these people will attest, that it's rare that I need a microphone. Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors, and especially to DOS, who brings dyslexia awareness to the forefront every year and honors people who are working hard to advocate for and improve the lives of these students of ours. In my remarks, I'm going to use the word students, but that also includes adults. There's so much to go into, but we won't do that today, because today I want to keep a tone of gratitude and celebration. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today, my family, my SBMS colleagues, my former students, my current students, and their parents. So thank you for coming to celebrate with me. So when I was young, the Museum of Natural History was one of my favorite places to visit. And all of the exhibits captured my curiosity, but one in particular captured my wonder. And it was in the rock, and still is, the rock and mineral section. There's a small dark room behind black curtains that contains a pile of nondescript rocks. And when you walk in, the rocks are lit by a regular incandescent bulb. So anybody know about it? You've seen it before? Okay, so not very exciting to look at until the pressing of a button changes the light to ultraviolet, revealing an amazing array of colors on the rock surfaces. These minerals do not show their true colors, their potential, until the UV light activates, allowing them to release their own light. And it's like magic. And this little exhibit captures the essence of what it's like to be a person, a student, an adult with dyslexia. What can't be seen is revealed under the right light. Under the right light, a student's true spectrum of strengths are illuminated and become visible to parents and teachers and friends, and most importantly, to the student themselves. The right light for a student with dyslexia encompasses many things, and it's complicated, but especially specific reading techniques not often used in school reading programs, opportunities to participate in activities they love, and the adults who look beyond their failures and recognize the gifts so that that student can forge their own strategy for success.
1 in 5 students have dyslexia, so there's plenty around in our families, in our neighborhoods, on our friends, our children. The mind of a dyslexic child is different from their classmates. They have high conceptual power and ability, yet struggle with something that seems so simple to some, to read, to write, to spell. They are creative, they are intensely curious, they are divergent thinkers. They have many, many strengths. And what they want out of life is exactly the same as their classmates. And probably first would be to avoid their embarrassment from their parents. Wouldn't you say it was the first thing you would like, is your parents not to embarrass you? But they want to play, they want to explore, they want to create, they want to learn, they want to love, they want to be loved, and they want a sense of self-worth, and they want to be seen for who they really are. So how's that going to happen for them? It's a complicated question for this meeting, but you all of us, are key. Because we never know who is going to be the one to enlighten a young person. It becomes all of our responsibility to find the right light for them, to reveal their gifts, and to give them the confidence to live a life that they imagine. So as a teacher, I'm giving you homework. The theme our school has adopted this year is Larger Voices Calling. Listen. So I invite you to listen and learn about the challenges a student with dyslexia faces and discover what feeds their soul. Then hold them in the right light to illuminate their gifts and in turn illuminate our collective future. So thank you so much for this honor, and thank you everyone for coming.
Our next resolution is from Supervisor Williams. It is a resolution proclaiming October 1st, 2018 through October 7th, 2018 as Agricultural Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Keith Rivera to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas more than 150 licensed architects, members of the American Institute of Architects, 6 of them fellows, practice in Santa Barbara County and serve the public interest through their expertise in sustainable design, energy conservation, accessibility for those with mobility or other physical challenges, urban planning, historic preservation, and pre- and post-disaster assistance. And whereas through the Architectural Foundation of Santa Barbara, provide weekly guided tours to the general public highlighting the historic and architectural beauty of Santa Barbara, provide our children with the opportunity to experience the wonder of drawing through the Kids Draw, work with our educators in the public schools hosting the Built Environment Education Program, BEEP, and provide funding for high school graduates in their pursuit for an architectural degree through a scholarship program. And whereas AIA architects have worked diligently to serve the public, particularly with post-disaster assistance following the 2017 fires and 2018 debris flows, serving on local design review boards and by helping to preserve our community's unique architectural heritage. And whereas the AIA Santa Barbara chapter, delighted to offer its 10th year Architect Tours, an annual inspirational and educational experience open to the general public that features residential and commercial buildings showcasing exceptional design practices. And now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaim October 1st through October 7th Architectural Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara County. honoring the American Institute of Architects Santa Barbara chapter for over 100 years of community involvement, educational outreach, and for instilling in all of us an appreciation of good design, passed and adopted today.
Thank you. And on behalf of AI Santa Barbara, I want to thank the board and Supervisor Williams for this proclamation, recognizing the importance that architecture plays in our community and the importance that the AIA, as the voice of the architectural profession, plays here as well. I want to invite you all and the public at large to join us this coming Saturday, October 6th, for our 10th annual architectural tour. This year's theme is Rediscovering Downtown Santa Barbara, and the tour will concentrate on a number of really exciting projects in downtown. You can all go to aiasb.com for more tour information and to get tours. And again, I want to thank you all for recognizing architecture and its role in the community this week. Thank you.
A31.
Our next resolution comes from Supervisor Williams. It is a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2018 as Energy Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Ashley Watkins to the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the U.S. Department of Energy has previously designated October as National Energy Awareness Month to underscore how central energy is to our national prosperity, security, and environmental well-being. Whereas reliable and affordable energy is critical to Santa Barbara County's prosperity, health, resilience, and quality of life. And whereas the production and consumption of energy affect our everyday activities and natural resources while offering employment and economic opportunities that contribute to a sustainable community. And whereas Santa Barbara County has a long tradition of environmental stewardship and has implemented many programs that promote responsible and efficient energy use within county's government and among its citizens, including Empower Central Coast, Smart Build Santa Barbara, SB2, the Green Business Program, landfill gas collection and conversion, fuel-efficient and electric vehicles and infrastructure, and county facility energy management and renewable energy installations. And whereas Santa Barbara County has made clean energy a high priority policy issue and has committed to efforts that support statewide goals to reduce the impact of traditional energy production and consumption on climate change, including the adoption of an energy and climate action plan aimed at lowering greenhouse gas emissions 15% below baseline by the year 2020. And whereas Santa Barbara County is also home to many proactive organizations and businesses that work diligently to support local energy awareness and conservation efforts. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims October as Energy Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County and encourages all citizens to commit to improving energy efficiency and conservation efforts in their homes, schools, businesses, and communities, passed and adopted today.
You know, I toyed with the idea of bringing a cute kid or a puppy with me to make Energy Awareness Week a little bit more exciting. I decided not to, but after Pam Boswell's presentation, I think I really made an error. I should have done that. But what we do have here at the county is a really great group of divisions and departments that are working to implement energy efficiency, renewable energy projects and programs. And on behalf of all of those groups, as well as the outside environmental groups, I want to thank Chair Williams for sponsoring this proclamation and bringing awareness to the importance of energy in our everyday lives, which I think sometimes we take for granted. The hope is that a resolution like this will spark some interest from a resident or a business owner to become more aware of their energy use and perhaps take some solid action towards reducing that usage. So I want to take a page from Ms. Boswell's book and assign some homework. If somebody is interested in this, I want to encourage them to do two things. Number one, sign up for the county's newly launched sustainability newsletter. It's got great information from all of our departments as well as external organizations about energy and sustainability related programs and activities. And you can sign up for that at countyofsb.org/sustainability. And then also check out your utility website. There's some great information on energy tips, rebates, financing, a lot of really great resources for people to take advantage of. So thank you again to the board.
I can't pass up saying something about energy, but first of all, I want to apologize to my colleagues that I guess as my time is ticking away as chair, my tendency to want to abuse my power is at its height, and I've authored a lot of resolutions this week, so I'll try to share the wealth in the future ones. But on energy, you know, it's, I don't know if this is a verified statistic, but it's something you see in the literature a lot, that consumers spend more time determining what brand of toilet paper to buy than they do with their household energy usage. And that, of course, is something that we need to overcome and that consumers need to be aware of, because it's a lot more money than toilet paper. And it's also about our future as a community and world. There are just a myriad ways to use less energy that just involve a home energy audit, just involve changeover in light bulbs, just involve being aware of when you're using a higher or lower amount of energy, and of course that energy is vastly cheaper and more renewable in 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. And even and most expensive 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And so even just that level of awareness when you use energy can save you a lot of money and save the environment and our community a lot of pain. So turn those appliances on at 10 p.m. and you're going to be in good business. A32.
Our next resolution is from Supervisor Williams. It is a resolution of commendation honoring Diana Campbell of the County Council Office as the September 2018 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Diana come to the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas, by the excellence of her professional skills and personnel qualities, Diana Campbell has risen steadily within the office of County Council, from a part-time position as an extra help paralegal in 1995 to her current position as the supervisor of County Council support staff. And whereas, even when the work of County Council surges with new projects or unexpected litigation, and no matter how thin support staff may be stretched, Ms. Campbell makes sure every attorney in the office has the support he or she needs that day. And whereas, under Ms. Campbell's leadership, County Council support staff has become a well-coordinated, highly effective, and increasingly cohesive team that has earned the respect and gratitude of all the attorneys they support. And whereas, on top of her supervisorial responsibilities, Ms. Campbell consistently provides superb litigation support for her 2 assigned attorneys and readily steps in to assist other attorneys when deadlines loom or crises erupt. And whereas Ms. Campbell has earned the county's thanks and appreciation not only through her professional excellence, but also through her personnel qualities of grace under pressure, fairness, compassion, and good humor, all of which have made the office of County Council a better place for the past 23 years. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved and ordered that the Board of Supervisors recognize Diana Campbell as the Employee of the Month for October 2018.
Thank you for taking the time today to recognize Diana Campbell as Santa Barbara County's Employee of the Month. Many of Diana's colleagues are with us today in case there's any opportunity for multi-voting, and also to recognize one of our department's go-to people. Diana's husband, Scott Campbell, also is here. And I have it on good authority that some of Diana's other family members will be watching either live or later from other parts of the country. A large part of our department's work is done in small teams by people who are really busy, but sometimes have last-minute challenges dropped on their heads by litigation opponents. Throughout what has been a very challenging year, Diana Campbell consistently has modeled the commitment, responsiveness, and results that directly impacted the county's ability to succeed with some of our most important challenges, two of which are producing high-quality litigation work on time, and a big part of that, recruiting and hiring the right people to produce that high-quality litigation work on time. A quick case story. One example of Diana's strength in overcoming last-minute challenges occurred when the county faced a very short deadline from an opponent in one of our major property tax assessment appeals. If the county could move quick enough to produce documents in time for a hearing, the hearing would move forward as scheduled. If not, then taxing entities, which are primarily schools, would have to wait much longer to find out with their tight budgets what they would be balancing to, what tax revenues they would see. Ms. Campbell pretty quickly assessed that even an all-hands effort by assessor's office and county council staff would not be enough by itself to make this happen. She recommended in the early evening using a commercial service for this piece of the case. That worked out great. We made the scheduled hearing date. After a few days of hearing, the appellant entered a stipulation that will free up about $1 billion of disputed valuation. And the second half of what's important to us, getting the right people into the office. Diana also excelled within our approach of wanting to run effective but humane employee recruitments. In a recent recruitment, she kept applicants informed along the way and ensured that we treated our applicants the way we would like to have been treated on the other side of the table. So again, thank you for recognizing Diana Campbell's commitment and results. I've asked her to be ready to say a few words.
Chair Williams and members of the board, thank you. What an honor. I'd like to thank Mike Gazzoni, Marty McKenzie, and Rachel Van Mullum for their wise and patient guidance. I'd like to acknowledge all of the attorneys in the Office of County Counsel. It is a group of intelligent and kind people who are also a lot of fun to work with and make this office a great place to work. And most of all, thanks to the team of legal office professionals I work alongside: Chris, Aaron, Carol, Stella, Sherry, Deanne, Marlene, Natalie, and Mark for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
A33.
Our next resolution is from Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is a resolution recognizing the County of Santa Barbara's commitment to advance a vision for California's coastal future. And if I can have Alyssa Munn here from the Nature Conservancy. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the County of Santa Barbara is home to critical natural resources, such as its beautiful beaches, diverse coastal habitats, scenic trails, and wilderness that provide important benefits to the community. And whereas the coastal habitats in the county provide important ecosystem benefits and services to our region and beyond, including filtration of runoff pollutants, habitat for fisheries, buffers against wave and storm surge, and carbon sequestration. And whereas, in recognition of the growing and urgent need to begin planning for the potential impacts of climate change, driven sea level rise, the County of Santa Barbara has initiated a multi-year coastal resilience planning effort to model and map future coastal hazards due to sea level rise, assess vulnerabilities, and identify resilience measures and adaptation strategies that can be taken to prepare Santa Barbara County for the impacts of sea level rise. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara seeks to be a regional leader in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing for the impacts of climate change through its regional jurisdiction over policy areas such as air quality, land use planning, transportation, natural resource preservation, water conservation, and solid waste management. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara supports a vision that maintains and enhances California's coastal habitats in the face of sea level rise, other climate-induced challenges, and development to ensure a protected coast for future generations to enjoy and replete with as much or more habitat and wildlife. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors reaffirms its commitment to the conservation of its coastal natural resources and protection of the California coast, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Alyssa Mann, and I represent the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for your support for the resolution before you, adopting a bold vision for California's coastal future, which we call Hope for the Coast. Californians love this incredible coastline and have voted again and again to protect it. Because of this strong commitment to our coast, over 1/3 of our coastline is conserved, protecting incredible habitat and more than 150 rare, threatened, and endangered species. But with 5 feet of sea level rise, the coast of tomorrow will not look like the coast of today. 59% of coastal habitat across the coast of California is vulnerable, including over 41,000 acres of already conserved land that is projected to be submerged with 5 feet of sea level rise. This means the very investments that we have made collectively are under threat. The Nature Conservancy and the State Coastal Conservancy collaborated on the first California statewide comprehensive assessment of the vulnerability of habitats, imperiled species, and conservation lands to sea level rise to better understand the challenge before us, but also to see what we could do about it. The result is a wall-to-wall conservation blueprint for the entire coast, identifying solutions down to the resolution of 1 kilometer squared. And there is hope. With sustained, coordinated effort, our study shows that we can have as much or more coastal habitat today with 5 feet of sea level rise as we have today, ensuring that our children and grandchildren can enjoy the remarkable benefits provided by our incredible coast. But it won't be easy, and we can't do it alone. Action in Santa Barbara County will be critical in this effort. Over half of Santa Barbara's beaches are highly vulnerable at 5 feet of sea level rise. Santa Barbara supports the largest area of rocky intertidal habitat along the south coast, 41% of which is highly vulnerable, as well as supports an important extent of coastal marsh in the region. To achieve this vision, we will need to protect future habitat to mitigate for the loss of lands that get drowned with sea level rise. We will also have to add sediment to help some areas keep up with sea level rise, and we will have to work together to design scenarios for communities that ensure long-term public safety side by side with wildlife and open space. We will need all Californians' coastal decision makers to adopt this vision and make specific, meaningful commitments to achieve no net loss of natural coastline with sea level rise. With this resolution, you are taking a critical step and joining a strong coalition. At the recent Global Climate Action Summit, California announced a growing coalition of federal, state, and local coastal leaders that are making concrete commitments to maintain and protect our coastal habitats. Thank you for your leadership and commitment. And please, we ask you to also reach out to your partner agencies, municipalities, and neighboring jurisdictions to also adopt this vision and make commitments of their own. With this alignment, we can reassert California's leadership in coastal conservation for the era of sea level rise, and we really can create hope for the coast. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Inspired by Supervisor Williams, who is not shy to speak, I just wanted to say that the 3rd District in Santa Barbara County is the longest coastal district of any supervisor in California, and our crown jewel is the Dangermond Preserve, 24,500 acres, where they're doing preservation, education, and research related to the impacts of global warming and mitigation. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the Nature Conservancy for that effort, and my gratitude to the Coastal Conservancy, Coastal Commission, and all those who are prodding us to move forward on greater resiliency for coastal habitats in light of climate change. So.
A34.
Our final resolution is from Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is a resolution of commendation honoring Mark Werner for his 26 years of service as a volunteer for the Board of Supervisors. And if I can have Mark to the podium. Go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Mark's career as a volunteer for the Board of Supervisors began in 1985 in the office of then State Senator Gary Hart with an introduction to Naomi Schwartz that would serve as a crucial turning point which forever changed his life. Whereas Mark initially met Naomi following a very bad motorcycle accident from which he had a severe brain damage and lost everything including his hope. Naomi helped Mark to get reestablished in many ways, including securing housing, forms of identification, and most importantly, helping him find his purpose. Before Naomi retired from Senator Hart's office, she called Mark to see how he was doing and gave him his first volunteer job in the office, which commenced his meaningful volunteer work and public service. And whereas in December of 1992, Naomi called him upon being elected 1st District Supervisor and offered him to continue his volunteer work in her new 1st District office. Mark was invited and attended Supervisor Schwartz's swearing-in ceremony as supervisor, a day Mark will never forget. And whereas Mark became a regular volunteer for the 1st District office and eventually the whole Board of Supervisors, delivering newspapers to each office, making coffee, and setting up the board hearings on Tuesdays, and has continued that service to this day. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors honors and commends Mark Werner for his 26 years and counting of dedication and outstanding volunteer services to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors.
Let's do that again.
I'll wait until you all get up. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you for allowing me to be a volunteer for the past 25 years. This meant so much to me. I mean, I wouldn't have a life if it hadn't been for you. I really appreciate all the supervisors and their staff. I really appreciate it. I also want to thank the clerk of the board for making sure I was able to do the things I'm able to do. And Arcilla has been very special for the past 18 years for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So I have a couple items that are going to be pulled. A2 by the public, A3 and A10, and then A26, if my memory is correct. So let's first do public comment on A2, and then let's do A26 because they're not requested for a different vote.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is from the Clerk Recorder Assessor. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of members of Special District Board of Directors in lieu of election nominees to be determined and appointed by the Board of Supervisors pursuant to California Elections Code Section 10515. And we are going to Santa Maria for Thomas Gibbons.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please proceed. Please proceed, sir. Oh, so now we cannot hear you.
Okay.
You can start from the top, sir. Thank you.
My name's Thomas Gibbons. I'm the Vice President of the Board for the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. I represent Division 7. I'm here to talk about the item you have. Our board was not notified at the ending of the period for notification that that the elections would be presenting the item to you for inclusion for a director for Division 7. We've actually been through a process to find a member. It's a very specific division and a section that's within the city of Santa Maria and the 5th Supervisorial District. We'd like to be able to continue our process and select someone. We are an independent district, and again, I stress that this person would need to be a resident of that division.
Well, why don't...
if there's any questions, I'll be standing by.
Thank you. My understanding is this is necessary in order to go forward with that process. Could staff explain that in better detail than I can?
I don't see anyone here from the
Clerk.
the registrar's office. But we can provide information in the next few minutes and we'll follow up. But I believe, as you said, this is a process outlined in state law when you have less than the full number of, when you have vacancies still, and it's requesting that the board make the appointments in November.
So you want to trail this?
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair and Supervisors, I was just going to suggest that maybe in order to provide the elections official time to come in and address this issue, one option would be to trail the item. Another option would be to act on those other than Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, but probably most straightforward to just trail the item to a little bit later today, and that would allow the elections official to comment on this particular district. The section 10515 of the Elections Code has some fairly precise requirements, and I'm sure that they've looked at that and can address this particular district and provide the board with a recommendation.
Mr. Adam, is that your request that we trail?
Yeah, let's trail this item.
Then can I get a motion to trail A2?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And then A26.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 26 comes from Planning and Development. It is a set hearing to consider accepting the California Coastal Commission's certification with modifications of an amendment to the county's local coastal program regarding the Gaviota Coast Plan in the 3rd District.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight that the materials are now available for the October 16th meeting, and commend P&D that got all these materials together so that the public who are interested have these materials well ahead of the October 16th meeting. So they'll all be sent email notices, but this is also a highlight that this is coming and the materials are available. Thank you.
So that is not requested as a separate vote. So I will ask for a motion for the balance of the agenda with the exception of A2, A3, and A10. Oh, and we do have a late addition to the item.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have an announcement. We posted an addendum to our agenda on Friday with an additional closed session item, which is a conference with labor negotiators. So if we could just add that to the motion as well.
So we will still hear 2 pulled items, but I'm just requesting a vote on the balance in case there's any staff out there that can get back to work. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And for clarification, that's balance of the agenda with the exception of A2, A3, A10, and with the addition of the late closed session item brought. Okay. A3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is from Community Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Waller Park Water Well number 2, project number 8657, award of contract in the 4th District.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, this item just grinds me a little bit. It's $864,000, which is a lot for a well in my experience, and I tried to get involved in this process, and maybe it doesn't work that well when supervisors, even if they have special knowledge in an area, get involved. But I'm telling you, drilling a well for 1,020 feet deep, trying to get 800 gallons a minute is just too much. It's ridiculous. And I'm not sure if we're still doing stainless steel, but that was in the original specs, and we're not talking about the casing materials now. But I suspect it's still stainless steel, which is, NASA would drill this well on the moon. And I don't think we need for Waller Park. Waller Park needs a new well, no problem, but it should cost $500,000 and not $860,000, in my opinion. So,
Supervisor Adam, through the chair, we did work with your office. We had the consultant come in and meet with you. This is what they're recommending. The depth is what they're recommending because of the water level, potential drop in the water level. It's long-term casing.
It's stainless steel?
It still is stainless steel. That's the recommendation from the consultant.
Okay.
Supervisor Lavanino.
So I guess my question is, so you're saying that it was over-spec'd?
It's absurd. To put stainless steel in that spot is absolutely absurd. There's a material called copper bearing, and I know we're getting off into some, pardon the pun, but deep areas of my personal expertise, and it would cost maybe half. And if you're going to go the extra 400 feet deep, this is by the foot they charge to create this hole, and then to fill it up with the pipe and the backfill material. So every foot is 250 feet, $250. So when you go 400 feet over what you need to go, you're putting a lot of extra money in this. I mean, it's not a trivial amount of money. So, and especially as much as we fight about how much money we're going to spend on various things up here, this one, it's just offensive to me. But, and we want 800 gallons a minute, which is, it should be in that area. And I have 2 wells in that area, in the same kind of strata that we're going to drill through to get this well. And I've gone through this, and I also have a guy on my staff, Stuart Johnson, who literally ran a pump company and drilled wells in the Santa Maria Valley and all over the county. And we worked with the consultant, and apparently it just doesn't matter because it's a government job or something. I don't know. Anyway, I've had my say, and I just am going to vote no on it, not because Waller Park doesn't need a new well, but because this is just overkill and plain and simple.
And would your suggestion be that we loosen the criteria of the bid?
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Chapjian. I mean, how do we make the determination at what level? Who an engineer, is it an engineering study? Is it a consultant? Who's the one that determines what's going to go on those specs on that print?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, it was a consultant who's an expert in this field. He was chosen for just specifically this job. We don't have anybody in-house that's an expert. And in fact, I think, we deferred to the supervisor in his office and Stuart because they are, they've driven wells before, and the consultant did work with them. I think the consultant feels like the level is appropriate just for the water quality. The stainless steel, I know that's what he's recommending. I guess we can always go back and ask for a different material, but it was a process that we used an expert in the field.
And I'll just say that in this area is where Santa Maria traditionally has gotten its good quality water, because they went out to Orchid by Waller Park to a place called the Twitchell Tract back in the day, which is now Foxenwoods, to get their water. And that area has great water. And so the need for a stainless steel casing is just, it boggles my mind. I mean, the water, and we can take a water test from the existing well that we're going to drill 50 feet away from and determine with virtual certitude what kind of water quality we're going to get. It's not corrosive.
I think he did do water quality tests as well, so he does have some studies on the water quality. If you want, we can go back and...
Well, it's okay. I've had my say.
All right, because the problem at this point, I know how we work, is that if we do go back out, we're going to spend another $100,000 analyzing whether or not we should have put stainless in, and by the time we make that decision, we're paying for what we got to start with. So I would have said, hey, I would rather have you jump in the beginning, but I know you did jump in the beginning. So, but I'm not an expert on it, so I got to go with our staff's recommendation. So I understand.
Is there a motion from someone?
I move staff's recommendation for A3.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
4-1. A10.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is from General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution to apply for a California Energy Commission loan for energy services contract for the Betaravia campus and Fire Station 12 in the 2nd and 5th districts.
Supervisor Adam. A10.
Okay, well, this is another one of these things I just disagree with, that we have misplaced use of dollars, and when opportunity cost is considered, and I think we have a fiduciary obligation to do better, and we're not. So anyway, with that, I just would like a roll call.
I'd just say that when we can take advantage of low interest loans to save money in the long run on energy costs, this serves both the practical way for us to address existential questions like climate change, but also a practical way to address things like saving money. So I'll be supporting it.
I'll move item A10.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
3-2. Are there any, is there any public comment for items not on the agenda?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak on general public comment, and that's Ed Kolaski here in Santa Barbara. Ed?
Thank you. Quite a day today. I can't remodel my house because our supervisor's against it. They ruled that our second story there, which I have outlined in red, is located solely over the garage, when clearly it's not. It's over the kitchen, the dining room, part of the living room, and the laundry room, and the garage. But that doesn't matter. We got a corrupt government, and that's the way things are. I should have a resolution to abandon the corrupt government and do things properly. In my write-up here, I copied part of the 64-page report on our house, which is part of the summary. And the summary states that, as shown in the plans attached E1, the project is located, the second story, solely over the garage. And the structure exists extending backwards, back towards the rear of the property. along the northern portion of the property. So I don't know if they're afraid that we're going to park our car in our kitchen and park our car in our dining room, or what the problem is. Would you put the other one up, Ken? This is E1, which doesn't show anything about the overlay. Of course, they left the overlay out of the 64-page report because they don't want to influence anybody's opinion that it's solely over the garage. And even this, you might speculate that that is not solely over the garage. E2, the next one here, Ken, kind of shows, they didn't call it out, but it's obvious that it's not solely over the garage. And if they wanted us to extend it to the north, it would have been over our neighbor's garage also, which is absurd. And that's the way the whole thing goes here. It's this is like Ryan saying, this is in your face. I can write up anything I want, and you can't do a damn thing about it. And that's exactly what it is. Matter of fact, all the people downstairs who voted that this is solely over the garage won't even admit that it's solely over the garage. They walk away. And this is just like, when Chancellor Hitler got elected in 1933, the first thing he did was get rid of civil rights. And that's what we have downstairs. You're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to show your project. You're not allowed to ask why we were rejected. This is the 5th meeting. We have a 5-2 vote in our favor. At the 5th meeting, we can't find out what's going on. When is this going to change? I mean, is there anyone here who thinks that's solely over the garage? Tell me, because there's no one who will tell me that, and yet you've got a 64-page report on it. You had Ryan come up here and talk before this committee. Most of you weren't here at the time. And over again, he says, it's solely over the garage. It's blatantly corrupt. It's not just corrupt, it's blatantly corrupt. They wanted some money under the table. They got 2 methods of doing it. Either you donate a little money, corruption, or you come back again and again and again and again and again until you either make the donation or they give up and they pass your project. What kind of system is this?
Thank you, Mr. Klasky. Item D1.
Supervisors, if I may, we are having difficulty finding someone from the registrar's office. And my recommendation before you go to the departmental items is just to hold over that item to next week. I don't think there's an issue in having it presented next week by the registrar of voters.
I think that's a good recommendation, though I don't think we need to decide that until later on in the meeting. So if somebody shows up, we can handle it.
And Mr. Chair, just receiving a cell phone email here, so we'll work offline with the elections office and see if there's anything time sensitive on this, and we'll be able to report back shortly.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Chair Williams, good morning. Members of the board. You want to read it? Sorry.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector. Treasurer Tax Collector, it is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding extra help services and retirement waiver for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Department.
A little premature there, sorry about that. Good morning again. This item before you today is pursuant to Government Code Section 7522. It is a request for the waiver of the 180 days for an extra help employee or permanent employee that I would like to hire back as an extra help employee. It's Rochelle Camozzi. She's the County Treasury Finance Chief, and this will assist me in the transition and the training of the new employee. And there's some additional things that she can help during property tax collection time. But the primary reason is to help with the transition of the new Treasury Finance Chief.
Any questions from the board?
If there's no public comment, I'll move the item.
No public comment?
Chair Williams, members of the board, there are no requests to speak on this item.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you.
Item D2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Auditor Controller. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara's comprehensive annual financial report and financial highlights for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2018.
Good morning, members of the board. Theo Filati, Auditor Controller, and with me is Kyle Slattery. He is our Financial Reporting and Budget and Cost Division Chief, and who is responsible for making sure that the CAFR gets prepared. If you recall, in August, we came to you with the results of operations of the governmental funds in our year-end financial status report. And now we're coming back with the actual financial statements that provide us with the condition of the financial condition of the county. We're going to also provide you, sort of switch it up a bit, we're going to provide you with some comparison statistics and information regarding some of our neighboring coastal counties. And so we'll have that in the report. But before I start, I really want to take this opportunity to thank all of the fiscal staff in all of the departments who, along with our financial reporting division, help to be sure that all of the county's financial transactions are recorded properly and that we can provide and present this CAFR in a timely and accurate basis. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
All right, good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. First up, we have a brief overview of the county's CAFR, basically what it is, why we do it, and who it is for. So as you can see, the CAFR includes the county's annual audited financial statements. We do it because it's legally required. We also present it in a format under a best practice by the Government Finance Officers Association in the form of a CAFR. We received an unmodified or clean audit opinion for the year. That's the result that we sought to achieve and basically means the audit went well. The county's CAFR was issued timely. We consider that to be within 60 days of fiscal year end, and you'll see that that's very quick for a local government of our size. The CAFR presents management's discussion and analysis. This is a narrative overview of the county's finances for the year. It provides the actual results. So this is the historical record of the county's finances. It's not a budget or a projection. It also includes full financial disclosure in accordance with governmental accounting standards. And by doing so, it provides transparency and accountability. Finally, the CAFR is prepared for and made available to all county constituents. This includes the County Board of Supervisors, as those charged with governance of the county, includes county management, those individuals that are responsible for carrying out the county's activities and programs. It includes rating agencies and bondholders. These are the people that evaluate the county's creditworthiness and also may lend money to the county. And finally, the citizens and the public, which we are held accountable to. Next up, we'll show a high-level summary of the countywide financials. By countywide, we mean all funds, all departments, and all dependent special districts under your supervision. This is a 3-year summary of the county's statement of net position. And as we can see there, current and other assets were up almost $44 million. This was primarily due to a $35 million increase in cash and investments held in the Treasury at the end of the fiscal year. So that's a positive result. We also saw a large increase in capital assets of $40 million. The major component of that is construction on the Northern Branch Jail. Finally, we saw a almost $90 million increase in deferred outflows of resources, and that's related to the county's pension obligation and basically represents expenses that will be recorded in a future year. Overall, total assets and deferred outflows were up almost $174 million. Moving down to liabilities and deferred inflows, the main increase there is the $111 million increase in long-term liabilities. The main component of that was a $95 million increase in the county's net pension liability. And basically, this is the first year where we are seeing the impacts of the Board of Retirement's reduced assumed rate of return from 7.5% to 7%. So that increased the liability significantly in this reporting year. Otherwise, liabilities were up $137 million overall, including the deferred inflows, which are also related to pensions. Looking at net position, we had a $47 million increase in the net investment in capital assets. These are all of the assets owned by the county, net of any debt that was issued to acquire those assets. And so again, the main reason for the increase there is construction on the Northern Branch Jail. really modest, small increase in restricted net position. And then we saw a almost $17 million increase in the negative unrestricted net position of the county. And that's negative primarily due to the pension liability. And the increase is due to the large increase in the liability for the year, offset by overall positive financial results for the year. This next slide shows a 10-year summary of the county's net position. We can see in 2009 it was just over $700 million, which continued to gradually increase as we emerged out of the Great Recession. It peaked in 2014 and then took a huge dip in 2015. Nothing really changed for the county in 2015. That was just the first year that we were required to record the county's net pension liability. And we have continued to increase modestly since then. So overall, this shows that the financial condition is continuing to improve. However, we do continue to have unrestricted net position in a negative amount. The CAFR also provides overall revenue and expenses for all county funds, departments, and dependent special districts. On the revenue side, we saw a $22 million increase in operating grants. This was primarily due to reimbursements associated with the Northern Branch Jail for the grant for that construction. We also saw a almost $17 million increase in property taxes. That would be to increase valuations and new development. And charges for services increased just over $10 million. There are various components of that increase, but one of the larger components would be fire incident reimbursements. Conversely, we saw declines in sales tax and transient occupancy tax. This is primarily due to the economic impacts associated with the Thomas Fire and subsequent debris flows. However, overall, revenues were up just over $45 million. So again, that's a positive trend for the county. On the expense side, you'll see various fluctuations up and down. The two big numbers there would be the increase in public safety, as well as the increase in community resources and public facilities. And those increases basically reflect large expenses associated with responding and recovering from the Thomas Fire and debris flow. So total expenses were up $60 million compared to last year. However, the main takeaway here is that our revenues exceeded our expenses by just under $40 million. Okay, next we're going to provide a brief overview of a couple changes, one that was made this year to this CAFR and one that will be made in a future year to a future CAFR. So we implemented a new accounting standard. Basically, the county has other post-employment benefits, otherwise known as OPEB. The county's OPEB consists of retiree health care benefits. So this standard aligned the accounting for those benefits with the accounting for pensions and required that we record a long-term net pension liability or net OPEB liability similar to pensions. So the net impact of this was that it increased our total long-term liabilities by about $19 million. We added a bunch of additional information and disclosures to the footnotes of the financial statements. And a couple big takeaways there is that several years ago, the county started setting aside funding to pay for those benefits when they become payable. The assets have accumulated to just over $11 million, so that's a positive trend. And if the county continues with that policy, we expect that this obligation will be reduced over time, especially given that the plan for OPEB is now closed to any new employees. This next slide provides a graphic overview of the county's pension and OPEB liabilities. On the left is the pension fund and the OPEB trust fund assets. So to date, we have accumulated just over $2.6 billion in assets. This would be county contributions on pensions and OPEB, employee contributions on pensions only, and then investment earnings on those contributions. We compare that to what's on the right side, which is what an actuary has determined we will need to pay in the future when those benefits become due, and that's just over $3.6 billion. So the net difference of $1 billion is now the county's long-term liability for net pension and OPEB liabilities. Key point here is that these are very long-term in nature, and they're financed with current contributions within any given year. So we see the pension fund was 75% funded, 3/4 of the way there, whereas the OPEB trust fund was only 8% funded, but that's because we just started funding it several years ago. And again, we expect those to decline over time. All right, on the horizon, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board has been very busy. They have come out with a new standard for leases. Essentially, we will be accounting for leases, such as when we lease a building that we do not own for operating purposes, or if we lease one of the buildings that we own to someone else to use that's outside the county for their own purposes. We will now be recording large assets and liabilities for the rental payments and the value of being able to use that facility, similar to an asset that we would own. So in essence, this will treat those lease arrangements as financings similar to debt, and we'll be recording many new assets and liabilities as a result, which will result in more complex financial accounting and reporting. Okay, in this next section, we'll go over some financial condition indicators. The CAFR is a very large document, and it contains a wealth of information related to the county's financial condition. These indicators help summarize that information in a few key metrics. It's always important to compare those metrics over time, see what the trend is and the way things are moving, and also compare it to similar organizations just to provide some context. So the following slides compare 6 metrics to 4 of our peer coastal counties, and we'll take a look at those next. First one is the county's short-run financial position ratio. This would be the unrestricted general fund balance as a percentage of total general fund revenues. A higher ratio is more favorable and suggests that larger reserves are on hand for dealing with unexpected resource needs in the long term. What you'll see there is that we were about in the middle. We weren't the best, but we were not the worst. We were generally comparable with 3 of our 4 peer counties. And that percentage improved modestly in 2017-18, up to 19%. We'll just point out that San Luis Obispo is a bit of an outlier here due to the way that they report their general fund activities versus special revenue fund activities, as well as some of their practices for classifying fund balances. So for all intents and purposes, San Luis Obispo may be more appropriate to ignore in this comparison. Next, we'll look at the county's financial performance ratio. This is the change in net position as a percentage of total net position. We want this to be positive to mean that net position is increasing. So here, we did better than our peer counties in fiscal year 16-17 at 14%. We had a large positive change in net position of just over $50 million. In fiscal year 17-18, that percentage was down to 6%, but again, it represents that we had a positive increase in net position for the year, and as we can see, we're generally in line with our peer counties. Next is the county's solvency ratio. Solvency is total countywide liabilities, that'd be the debt, the pension liabilities, the OPEB liabilities, and other payables of the county, as a percentage of total countywide revenues. So here a low ratio is more favorable and suggests that outstanding obligations can be more easily met with annual revenues. As you can see, we're just in the middle there at 121%. Not the best, not the worst, but generally in line with our peer counties. And although we declined slightly in 17-18, we still remain within that general range of our peer counties. Next, we'll take a look at the debt burden. This is the total outstanding debt per person in the county. So the county has just over 450,000 residents. And in 2016-17, we only had $55 million of outstanding debt. So that resulted in a very, very favorable low debt burden per person in the county at the end of last year. You can see we are far better than many of the peer counties.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
We have 2 questions, Mr. Slattery. So since Mr. Adam was waiting for a while, let's give it to him first. Mr. Adam?
Well, I'm just wondering, is there anything that precludes us from including, and I know GASB doesn't require inclusion of deferred maintenance in the debt burden, but is there anything that prevents us from including that?
Supervisor Adam, through the chair. In the CAFR, we would be precluded from including that because it wouldn't be in accordance with GAAP. But for management purposes, we can certainly provide that sort of information. Having it comparative to other counties may be difficult. We'd have to solicit it because there's not a general standard practice for recording that type of obligation.
I think maybe Public Works could help you with some of that. And you know, just as we know in the county here that, you know, we have about $600 million of deferred. Just to put that in context, with 450,000 people, we got $1,333 of deferred maintenance per person. So, you know, when we're looking at it at $129, that's technical debt, but there's also another $1,300 plus in stuff that doesn't make the books. So.
Good point. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. I thought that this slide on the county's debt burden is interesting, and I am wondering if there's a correlation in San Luis Obispo's debt per person with slide number 10, which is their financial position. In other words, are they borrowing more, which thus allows them to have, when they utilize their general fund or other funding sources, they don't have to, and that's why they're better off than the other counties?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, I do not believe that is the case. San Luis Obispo had a lot of outstanding debt due to 2 issuances of pension obligation bonds. So that's where a county will borrow money and then put that money into the pension system to help fund it. So that wouldn't be available for spending by the county in that regard. They also had almost $300 million of outstanding debt related to large capital infrastructure projects. So a water system from Nacimiento, as well as sewage systems within the county. So that the proceeds from that as well would be used to build infrastructure and then paid off over time.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But then if they're using the general obligation bonds to pay for their pension costs, we don't do that. And so I go back to that chart on page 10, because we're paying our pension costs out of our general fund, and they're not. So you're saying that my reasoning is not correct?
Not saying.
Which is okay. You know, that's why I just think this is so interesting. I'm trying to figure it out. No, stop, Peter.
I think, you know, we go back to the prior point that the information on slide 10 for San Luis Obispo is an outlier for reasons other than their debt issuance activities. It really comes to their financial reporting structure.
Can you just repeat that, because these guys are, you know, laughing? Yeah. Go ahead. Just repeat that 63%, why it's so high.
Oh, due to the county, or the County of San Luis Obispo's financial reporting structure, the way that they classify activities in the general fund versus their special revenue funds, as well as changes in their practices and policies for how they classify fund balance. We restrict a lot of the fund balance of our special revenue funds to the purpose for which those funds were set up.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. So my understanding was false, but you provided a really good explanation, so I appreciate that. To Mr. Adams' question about deferred maintenance, I mean, there are certain rules in CAFR as to what you can count as a liability, and I don't think that is one. Is that correct or not?
That is correct. Deferred maintenance would not be recognized as a liability in GAAP financial statements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Okay.
And may I say, having sat through a lot of CAFR hearings, which are enormously important but not particularly exciting, your presentation is informative, and the printed materials are far more exciting than a typical CAFR. I mean, it may have something to do with, you know, pictures of Katy Perry and disasters, but it is also more readable, and therefore informative.
Thank you. All right, moving on. This shows the county's funded ratio for pensions. You can see we're right in the middle at 75%, which is where we remained at the end of 17-18. So again, we're 3/4 of the way there. This is something that should improve over time if all actuarial assumptions are met and we continue to make our pension contributions. Finally, we'll look at the county's timeliness for completing the annual audit. This is the number of days after fiscal year end in which the audit opinion letter is dated and issued. So as has been done in the past, we got the audit done within 60 days of fiscal year end. This is far better than our peer counties, which take about 6 months to do it. And we really strive to do that so that we have timely information available for you and all of the constituents that use the CAFR, including the bondholders and investors, and also so that we can efficiently prepare it and move on to the next year. So in summary, overall, the CAFR shows that the county experienced an increase in net position. Our revenues exceeded expenses. We had relatively good financial ratios in comparison to select peer counties. We also absorbed this new net OPEB liability without seeing a dramatic decrease in net position, so that's very favorable. And we had a clean audit opinion that was completed timely. Just wanted to point out that there's also a more reader-friendly version of the county's finances presented in the form of financial highlights, and that's available in your board packets as well as on the auditor's website for the public. And that's essentially just to have a little bit more reader-friendly version of this information. And with that, we will take any questions or comments you may have.
I'll just request maybe that you could give us some of those printed for the Board of Supervisors offices. I think just not that for years I had a cartoon that said that it had two hearing rooms. One hearing room had the budget discussions and there were cobwebs and no one in the room. And then the other one had off-leash cat law, and the room was packed. And that's been my experience. But I do think it's our job to try to overcome that and get out to the public the information about our financial condition, both good and bad. Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And on that note is I have used the CAFR, especially the financial highlights. We're asked to speak a lot of times at a lot of different events, and it's really helpful, and it really puts it into plain English instead of trying to decipher some of this. I know I don't expect you to be an expert on San Luis Obispo County, and I know we're all kind of interested in it. But what I don't understand is if you took out pension obligation bonds and you increased your debt burden immensely by doing that, why is their pension fund the worst funded position still? I would think that they'd be in much better shape.
Yeah. Super Lavanino, through the chair, pension obligation bonds, the GFOA discourages, actually strongly discourages against a local government issuing those types of obligations. They're highly risky. You're essentially making a bet on the market that you can take out debt and put it into the pension fund and it will make money that exceeds the interest that you're paying on the bonds themselves. So we saw that they took out some pension obligation bonds in the early 2000s, and it appears that those may have not done well in the recession, and then again more recently in 2009.
Okay. Warning to be heeded. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Are there any requests to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak in Santa Maria. We are going to begin with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Ernest Armenta.
Before you start that clock, can I ask if you have a copy of the financial highlight report in front of you, or if you can put it on the screen? I'd like to go to page 5 of the financial highlight report. This is the list of the top 10 employers. And this is the type of discussion that we don't see at the board. I wish that, I think that Cobweb cartoons, Chair Williams, was appropriate. Where do you get most of your money? You get almost all of your discretionary money from property taxes. This is the list of your top 10 employers in the county that employ over 24,000 people, and there are literally tens of billions of dollars of assets listed on this page, but only one of the out of the 10 pays property tax. Only one of the 10. So, and then if you turn to, the page, 2 pages over to the top 10 property taxpayers. The oil industry used to be 2 of those, but we didn't consider it an emergency losing 2 of the top 10 property taxpayers. And secondly, we have policies in place. As you see, who replaced at least one of them. One of those residential estates was always on the top 10, but now there's 2 residential estates, 2 mansions that made the top 10 property taxpayers. Yet we have a policy against quote-unquote McMansions. Just like we have policies that basically discourage oil and gas development both onshore and offshore, i.e. by a cumbersome process that's uncertain after companies spend years and literally millions of dollars. You know, most of these other ones here, Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, you know, are service industries. That's the value of their infrastructure. You do have some retail on there. But the bottom line is we have an immense poverty problem in this county. And one of the reasons we have an immense poverty problem is we don't have good paying jobs. And the reason we don't have good paying jobs is because we discourage manufacturing and industry here because they are either resource intensive and or maybe they have air emissions or they have to burn fuel. So what we'd really like you to do someday is to look and compare your top 10 employers and say, how do we get more in manufacturing and the industry for the people that we have here? A huge number of people that don't have anything more than a high school education, if in fact they have a high school education. A huge number of people that don't speak English or Spanish. If you want to get rid of the permanent urban underclass, you've got to look at your top 10 employers, and if you want to serve your long-term financial problems, you've got to look at your top 10 taxpayers and say, where do our policies and our priorities meet to address these issues? I've been doing this for 28 years, and I've never seen that discussion happen. Never. Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Ernest Armenta.
Leave it on. Ernest Armenta, City of Santa Maria. I'm not sure if I'm speaking on the right item, but I wanted to speak on A2 regarding the special district elections for appointments.
This is not that item, though. We are going to take that item up next. So why don't you just hold on just for a moment.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
On the question of the CAFR, are there questions or comments from the board?
I'll move to accept staff's presentation.
Motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Supervisor Wolf. I'll just say that Mr. Caldwell does raise important points, and that there should be more discussion. The issue of having more manufacturing in this county is something that I've long wondered about. The manufacturers I've talked to over the years predominantly cite housing and not air quality rules as the biggest barrier, but I'd be open to looking at all of that simply because I do think relocalizing housing and relocalizing manufacturing in the state of California is really an important issue, particularly because we have so many of the employers we have are design firms. So their design happens here, but their manufacturing happens elsewhere, which seems counterproductive to me. So if we ever take up Supervisor Hartman's suggestion of talking about economic development policy, then I think we could, that would be a good avenue for addressing it. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. Is the comparison across benchmark counties required? I just found that really helpful to put it in a context.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, this is the first year that we have presented that information to your board. It's not required. It's really just for informational purposes for exactly what you said, to provide a nice context of where we stand.
It's extremely helpful. And this won an award, did it not?
Our county CAFR has received an award annually since 1991, which would be the Best Practices Award for a county's CAFR.
That's extraordinary, and it is visually compelling. It's not just numbers, so I think that really needs to be acknowledged. I had a question about page 9, where we look at our general fund reserve and our general fund expenditures, public safety at 64%. I just wondered, is the Office of OEM, is that part of public safety, or is that somewhere else?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, our Office of Emergency Services is actually under the County Administrator's Office.
That's what I thought. Okay, so actually public safety, one could consider it even more.
That would be a misleading statistic. Even more of our budget is under public safety than is in that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. And I just wanted, I too was looking at page 5 and page 7, and half of our top 10 employers are in education, and I think that's quite extraordinary because I think that's preparing for the future and getting people ready for the new economy. The other thing, and I just have to point this out proudly, and I was surprised by this, but Windset Farms in the 3rd District is one of our top employees, an agricultural, but really much of it in greenhouses and doing very intensive agriculture, pioneering new ways. So that's, just wanted to call that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino. Nothing.
Oh, I was just moving the item.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? We are going back to A2. Mr. Holland, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Williams, members of the board, Joe Holland, County Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, Registrar of Voters. A2 was presented to your board showing that for some districts they had candidates that filed for vacant positions and recommends to your board that you accept those filings for those vacant positions for those districts. In 4 districts for attachment B, they had vacancies where no candidate filed. And so what we're recommending is that what we're doing is notifying your board that you have the obligation to submit candidates to fill those positions, and we're recommending that you do that no later than November 26th. So this item is not really time sensitive. You can postpone any one of those 4 districts where there's not a candidate that filed for one of those positions. Just for your information, we did notify each one of those districts on September 26th that no candidate had filed for those open positions. So they have been well notified. But if you would like to, for example, there was one gentleman that talked about Santa Maria Water Conservation District. If you would like to postpone that one until the next hearing date so that we can have a discussion with that individual, we'd be happy to do that. So if that's the only one that there's an issue with, the Santa Maria Water Conservation District, our recommendation would be just postpone that till the next hearing date. We'll bring that one back to you, and then we'll have an opportunity to discuss it with that individual. But really, just again, FYI, what we're doing as the Registrar of Voters is notifying your board that this is coming forth. And actually, that's where our role kind of ends, and then it's on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland, and thank you for rushing over. Public comment, Mr. Armenta.
Chair Williams and members of the board, that is correct. We have 1 additional public comment in Santa Maria, and that's Ernest Armenta. Ernest?
Are we ready? Can you hear me?
Thank you, Mr. Armenta.
Okay. Good morning, Supervisors. Ernest Armenta, City of Santa Maria. I support recommendation number B, section B, receiving direct staff to conduct an outreach of potential candidates to fill the vacancies. But the simple, let me go on with the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. We, the property owners, like myself, a property owner, and thousands of us in the city of Santa Maria, we know nothing of the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. All we know is that they collect money from our pocket. Considering the candidates that are running for district, Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, Division 3, Keith Haddock, and the same special district, Division 6, Casey Conrad. I believe that's her name. Mr. Lavanino and Mr. Adams and Senora Wolf and Senora Hartman and my Honorable Chairman, we know nothing of who these individuals are. In all the years that every person in the city of Santa Maria that I asked, we don't know where the board meetings are held for this Water Conservation District. We don't know who are the individuals. We don't see them at our city council meetings. Nothing. So I make the following recommendation that we postpone until we accept more applications for Division 5, but at this point that you make the decision, if you have that discretion, to include Division 3 and Division 6. And you have all Division 3, Division 6, and Division 5, and that you accept more applications. There are many of us that want to participate. There are many of us that want to put in file applications and be more involved, but it seems like we're held in the blind. So again, I would request that Division 3, Division 6, and Division 5 of the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District be brought back to Mr. Holland and see if he can do some more outreach and get more candidates to file for this appointment. I hope that was, thank you for your time. And remember, Mr. Lavanino, we know nothing, us in the 5th District, we know nothing about the Water Conservation District. They don't come to our city council meetings. We don't hear nothing. All we know is they keep on digging into our pockets and taking money. Thank you.
Supervisor Adam.
I want to defer to Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair and Supervisors, the action before you today at item A2 is really bifurcated. It's got two groups of people, some who have filed and are the sole candidate, and then others where there's no one has filed. But one opportunity for the board today, and we'd worked offline with both the elections official and his chief deputy, and understand that the potential actions as to Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District are not time sensitive for today. So one option for the board today would be to move staff's recommended actions except to take no action as to Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District as shown on both attachment A and attachment B to the board agenda letter, and to continue those potential actions involving Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District to the board's upcoming meeting on October 9th.
Mr. Lavanino.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I do want to push it off, but I'm not sure October 9th gives me enough time to meet with all the, I'm looking at my schedule and from what I'm understanding, we have until November 26th. Obviously, I don't want it to go too far, but if give me 2 weeks, go October 16th, it would be a lot more helpful for me where I could meet with folks and do some more outreach and get involved a little bit more. Although the 9th meeting is in Santa Maria, but it's up to you guys.
Well, if I could get the mic back.
Oh. Supervisor Adams.
After deferring to Mr. Gazzoni. Well, yeah, but that means it comes back to me afterwards. Go ahead, now I'm going to defer again, but I want it back. Just
okay, I'll give it back to you, but okay. We'll go to our kind of clerk.
Regarding attachment B and those four districts. What happens is that the elections office provides the clerk of the board and the CEO with that list. We go out, work with the districts, with the board offices in those districts to get candidates to come forward and file them. We do the board letter for those. So that's a completely separate process than what you're hearing, than what we're doing today. So I just want you to know that we'll be reaching out to the board offices that are involved with those districts. We'll be doing a board letter and coming forward with that for those 4 districts that are listed on
attachment B.
On attachment B. So we'll be working with you on that and coming forward.
Okay, so
Mr. Adam.
So I was wondering, is that an option, Mr. Holland? To wait.
The way Mr. Gazzoni explained it, yes, you may do that. I mean, you have practical notice really today on these 4 districts. So if we just postpone one of them, if any of those districts fall within your district, you may want to get that ball rolling in terms of looking for somebody to appoint. But we do recommend that you appoint somebody by November 26th. So, yeah, if it falls within your district, Supervisor Lavagnino has Santa Maria Water Conservation District, I'm assuming does, then, yeah.
And I would suggest that maybe we hear it on one of those 2 dates, and you just see how quickly you can, because if we can get it done by the Santa Maria hearing, that would be ideal for your constituents, but if you can't,
I got you.
Defer it.
Okay. So I have a question about the process then. Okay, so how does the community, what kind of outreach do we do that says, hey, we do have an opening and we need to fill this?
So every 2 years, when we do the special district elections, this sort of situation arises because you have certain districts, like the small ones, where they don't have enough candidates to fill the spaces.
Right.
So then Joe sends our office a notice saying, hey, these are the ones where we didn't have anybody file. We then we work with the board offices, the districts themselves. We call them and say, hey, do you have anybody that is interested in these positions? And then we also advertise in the local papers that are around that area. We do some advertising and all that. But to be clear now, Mr. Gibbons was referring to District 7, and that's not in Attachment B. Attachment B is District 5. So we're going to be working with on the Santa Maria Water Conservation District, and it's just District 5, not 7. So his comments were not related to the process that I'm going to be involved in. We'll be working with those 4 districts that are listed on Attachment B, coming forward with a board letter, and hopefully we find people. You know, we've had this come up every couple of years forever.
And if you'll notice, of course, on Attachment A, those are all people that did file. They got the notice, they filled out the candidate papers, and there was not more people that filed than there were openings, and so they go get their position without going to election. And so you can see quite a few of them did. Only 4 vacancies were left after we went through this whole process.
Similar to some supervisors.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
Okay. Do we have a motion for Mr. Gazzoni's suggestion?
Supervisors, part of that motion was to, I think, appropriately for A, to appoint all in lieu except for those regarding the Santa Maria Valley Water District. But if you look at B, your action B allows the clerk of the board to do just exactly what he said, is you're directing staff to conduct outreach for those on Attachment B. So I don't.
And so before that time in November, there needs to be candidates found, non-electoral candidates, appointed candidates for those 4 seats in the 1st district. And my office is on notice. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
One last question. So, Joe, what was the cutoff date then? Did you say September 26th when somebody could file that's on Attachment A that did file and there wasn't enough people? That was the end of September?
No, the November 26th is the recommended.
No, Attachment A I'm talking about.
Oh, that was the close of candidate filing, which I believe was in August.
Okay, so if somebody for example, is saying, well, I don't know who this person is, but that person is going to be on the ballot because they already completed the paperwork.
No, because there were not more people that filed than
so
there
they're
were.
not even on the ballot. We're just putting them in as a member of the Board of Supervisors. Okay.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll explain that to the people for Santa Maria Water Conservation District that really that's a done deal, even though we're going to postpone that a week. But we've had outreach from constituents, so we want to get back to them and communicate.
So there's only one seat on Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, which is District 5, that is still has nobody that has yet filed, and they have until November 26th to come up. We need to come up with a.
Or your board has until November 26th.
But they need to start getting a hold of the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District and the county and the clerk of the board to let them know that they're going to file an application. Is there any way we can make it a little more confusing?
Okay, can I get a motion on Mr. Gazzoni's suggestion to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Armenta, no, one question, one simple question. I have to get permission.
Back and forth here.
Okay,
but
so I have to get permission from the Water Conservation District.
Mr. Armenta, Mr. Armenta.
Do I have to get permission from the Water Conservation District to file?
You have, we do not go back and forth here. One of the board members can ask you a question, and I can ask one of the board members to ask you a question, but you can't interrupt the proceedings whenever you feel like it. So let me please ask if there is a board member that wishes to ask you a question.
I will ask him a question. Mr. Armenta, are you satisfied with where we're at right now, or do you have another? What's your question?
Suggestion. Mr. Armenta, now you can respond to a question.
Honorable Chairman, I absolutely apologize for interrupting. The only question is Mr. Alavanino mentioned the saying you have to contact the Water Conservation District and the elections office. So I understand you go to the elections office right here and you contact. So I just want a clarification. If someone wants to fill out an application for this district, do they need permission from the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District?
No, you do not. So I was saying that that's who needed to do some outreach, that it makes sense that the board would go out and do their own outreach. But if you don't want to contact the board, I totally understand that. All you have to do is contact the elections department. Right next door, go around the corner there, and you're going to be in the room from where you're at.
Okay, Mr. Chairman Williams? Yeah. Sincerely apologize for interrupting. It's just that I needed some clarification, okay?
Not a problem, Mr.
Are we good?
Armenta. That's why we asked the question, so that you can get another crack at the bat. Okay.
Hey, no problem. Thank you much.
Okay. We have. Did we have a motion?
So may I put a motion forward? One, as to what Mr. Gazzoni suggested, is that if you'd like to hold back on appoint in lieu those candidates on your attachment A, except for those in the Santa Maria Conservation District, and then to go forward with item B, which is basically just to allow the Mike Allen's office to go ahead with the outreach.
That is acceptable to me, and these are all the rest of them are first district offices. Mr. Gazzoni.
So just maybe to assist the clerk of the board on that, I think as the CEO and I are agreeing with each other, and Mr. Holland is agreeing with us, I think the recommended action would be to move staff's recommended actions except to take no action as the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District as shown on attachment A to the board agenda letter, and to continue those potential actions as the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District on attachment A to the board meeting on October 9th, 2018.
So moved. Is there a second?
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, I thought we were at a conclusion.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand on the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, on people on attachment A, why aren't we moving them forward too? I mean, there's no other person.
I would recommend you move them forward. It seems your discussion was that you wanted to give time for Mr. Holland to have further discussion.
Right. The only one we're doing outreach on is District 5.
Correct.
Okay.
So you want to do a different motion, a substitute motion?
It doesn't.
Well, Mr. Williams?
Mr. Adam.
Can I? Yeah, I don't know who these people are either. I mean, I don't know who anybody is. But it just seems like if they complied with all the rules and they showed up and they were in subsection A here of our staff recommendations, that we should probably just adopt them. And then 5, District 5 is a different animal, and that's fine. But, you know, I mean, if people show up, we have to, I think we have an obligation to thank them and accept them onto the board.
So the motion would be to accept the list on attachment A and to accept the list on attachment B with the exception of Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District.
Exactly.
And take no action on the last.
I think it's the other way around. I think that if you wanted to take no action today on Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District Division 5, it would be to move staff's recommendation.
Santa Maria.
No,
Santa Maria.
Yeah, Santa Ynez. Except for Division 5, so you would move staff's recommendations except as to Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District as shown in attachment A for Division 5.
Those pesky saints.
Yes.
Okay. We did.
Yes. Congratulations.
Is there... So
that's my motion. Yeah.
There is a motion. Second. There is a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay. Now we're moving on to our most awkward item of the year and my wife's favorite one. Item 3. Mr. Paisano.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Human Resources. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to the ordinance setting compensation and benefits for members of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors.
Chair Williams, members of the board, this item is to consider the first reading of an ordinance to amend compensation and benefits for members of the Board of Supervisors. Human Resources recommends 4 changes. The first change would incorporate an existing unit cash allowance into base salary for members of the board. This has already been implemented for other elected officials and for all other appointed executives and managers. The second would increase salaries for members of the board by 3%, which is consistent with direction given by a previous board in 2015 to link salary changes in board compensation annually to the October Consumer Price Index for the Los Angeles, Riverside, and Orange County area. The third would implement a 0.83% pension cost sharing pickup of the county's cost to fund retirement benefits for board members in classic or legacy retirement plans, that is those that preceded the Public Employees Pension Reform Act. And the fourth would raise the county's contribution to health insurance premiums by 3.28% for those members of the board who enroll in county health insurance, which is the same as the increase being provided to all other county employees for the 2019 planned year. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Are there requests to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I have no request to speak on this item.
Is there a motion? Mr. Adam.
Well, I'm not making a motion. I'm just going to preserve my purity by voting no, but it's not totally unreasonable. I'll say that. It's not totally unreasonable. My reservations expressed in the past are reasserted at this time.
Mr. Lavanino.
I'm going to take that as a vote of confidence. If it's not totally unreasonable in your mind, then I'm down with that. I'll make a motion to move it.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Supervisor Wolf.
No, I was just going to vote.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from Fire. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding fuels management and community defensible space in the county of Santa Barbara.
Well, good morning, everybody. Eric Peterson, Fire Chief. I want to start by emphasizing that we this morning are not looking for any concrete board action. We're going to highlight some future items that will need board approval and some awareness by your board. But the purpose of this hearing is primarily to clarify and explain a fairly complex and in my opinion, needlessly controversial part of what we do. And I appreciate the interest your board has shown in this issue. And hopefully we'll be able to eliminate a little bit of the controversy surrounding this item. We're here today with Chief Alan Peters in the audience from CAL FIRE, Chief Elmquist from the United States Forest Service, Kevin Taylor and Carrie Kellogg have joined us from Montecito, and we have Deputy Fire Marshal Rob Hazard, Battalion Chief, who's going to present for us today. We have our Fire Marshal Steve Oakes, who can fill in the blanks. Steve Oakes and Rob Hazard are in charge of our vegetation management program. It's appropriate that all of these fire chiefs are here with us today, as Chief Hazard is going to show you graphically as we move through this presentation. All of these fire chiefs are in this together more than we ever have been before because of this new climate situation that we're all living in. Fires that occur in this county that escape initial containment or initial attack quickly become a mutual threat. We have great working relationships with each other, and one of the reasons we have those relationships is because we have to have them. We utterly depend on each other in this new environment. So I appreciate their presence here. I don't want to bring everybody down or depress anybody this morning, but I think it is important to reflect at what we've all been through. This last year was a human and environmental catastrophe. Between the Thomas Fire and the debris flow, we lost 25 people, 1,000 homes, almost 300,000 acres of chaparral and all of the habitat that went along with it. We had billions of dollars in property loss and over $180 million in suppression costs. Schools were shut down for almost a month due to the ash fall, and we became essentially a dead-end cul-de-sac when Highway 101 became impassable for weeks. Jameson Reservoir is at this point unusable, Montecito's main water supply. San Ysidro Creek is unrecognizable compared to what it was before. Businesses are still recovering, and Montecito and Carpinteria will very likely continue to need to be evacuated as the winter comes upon us this year and probably the next year. We have a much more urgent need to take preventative measures. We welcome and we invite responsible environmental review as long as there is an understanding of the need to do actual work under a schedule that is increasingly more pressing. When we come to your board for approval of projects that require community involvement, such as a community wildfire protection plan, we feel a huge responsibility to present you with a product that represents collaboration and buy-in. This buy-in becomes impossible when the members representing the environmental community abruptly walk away from the process and then question the most basic tools we have to protect ourselves. The fire service does not have the luxury of walking away. The women and men that work for all of these fire chiefs will deal with the consequences of inaction. We need long-term solutions along with fuels management. Homeowners need to maintain defensible space. We need to harden homes. We need to have good evacuation plans. We need to work to eliminate the causes of ignition. In the meantime, we have an urgent need to create areas where firefighters can avoid being burned over and make a stand when the next big fire comes, and it will come. Over 500,000 acres have burned in our county in the last 14 to 15 years. Even if tomorrow we could go out and do all of the work that we were proposing, the amount of vegetation we would alter is not even 1% of that number. Considering this relatively small intervention in nature and the potential benefits to future firefighting efforts and firefighter safety, this should not be a controversial subject, especially after what we've all been through. The best way your board can support us in the future is to understand that. And I am now going to hand this to Battalion Chief Rob Hazard, who's going to walk us through our presentation this morning.
Chair Williams, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to make this presentation. I also want to thank our operational area partners that are here today. Wildland fire suppression, wildland fire prevention is a regional challenge and requires regional effort from all the fire agencies and land management agencies, indeed from all the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And so I'm encouraged by the amount of cross-agency participation in this effort. And just on a side note, in going through the development of this program, this is a historical precedent for Santa Barbara County. After the 1964 Coyote Fire, Santa Barbara County Fire and the Los Padres National Forest delivered a report to this very board concerning options moving forward after that disastrous fire on the Santa Barbara Front Country. And in 1978, after the 1977 Sycamore Canyon Fire, the same process happened again. The county fire chief at the time and staff from the Los Padres National Forest delivered a report to the board concerning interagency fuels management strategies. Hopefully, what I can present today is an informational presentation that will give us the opportunity to be all on the same page, and also to alleviate some concerns over overly intrusive vegetation management strategies. With that, the primary purpose of wildfire protection in Santa Barbara County is to protect a wide range of assets. Our priorities and assets include public and firefighter safety, by far the most important asset that we have. Our lives are worth every structure that's out there. Structures can be rebuilt, but lives cannot. Additionally, structures, vital infrastructure, range, recreation resources, watershed, air quality, soil erosion, cultural and historic resources, unique scenic areas, and wildlife and habitat are important assets that factor into wildland fire suppression and risk management. But again, public and firefighter safety is paramount. As development moves into the wildland-urban interface, it's becoming more of a challenge for our profession to engage in risk reduction. We've developed multiple strategies for wildfire risk reduction. These strategies include ignition prevention, public education, defensible space enforcement, development code enforcement, and vegetation management. Vegetation management is one part of our risk management strategies. It is by no means the most important part. This is simply focusing on that effort, but not to take away from the importance of the other risk management strategies that we engage in. Looking at the map in front of you, these yellow areas represent the state responsibility areas in Santa Barbara County, where Santa Barbara County Fire Department is responsible for fire prevention activities regarding wildland risk management, to include defensible space inspections and vegetation management strategies. The SRA areas total 791,000 acres, and that's to contrast it to the green areas on the map, which represent federal responsibility areas managed by the Los Padres National Forest, which total 820,000 acres. When we look at our vegetation management program, we have many planning documents from the federal down to the state and local level that guide our actions and strategies. First and foremost for Santa Barbara County Fire Department is the 2018 Strategic Fire Plan for California, which sets broad strategies, goals, and objectives for making the state a safer, more resilient, and resistant environment to protect the citizens from wildland fire. The state strategic plan guides our Santa Barbara County Unit Strategic Fire Plan, which looks at our county in more detail and guides our prevention, suppression, public education strategies to obtain wildland fire risk reduction. The Santa Barbara County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan also analyzes wildland fire risk and strategies to mitigate that risk across the county, regardless of agency or jurisdiction. And then the seismic safety and safety element is a component of the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan that analyzes wildland fire risk and how that affects future development in our county. Community wildfire protection plans are also an extremely important planning document. To me, that tool represents the citizens of this county and how they can make their existing communities safer from wildland fire. So it's really a tool for what's there now, for planning decisions, development, infrastructure build out that happened in years past that is now part of our landscape and part of our wildland risk reduction strategies. Community wildfire protection plans give citizens the ability to come in and guide agencies in developing strategies and tactics. And then Executive Order B5218, this was Governor Brown's recent executive order directing state agencies to develop increased strategies and actions regarding fuels management and prescribed fire in the state of California. And partly in response to extensive drought, partly in response to large amounts of bug-killed timber across the Sierra Nevada mountains, and also the significant amount of acreage that's been lost to wildland fire and the significant number of homes that have been lost in the last decade. And on the heels of the executive order, our new state legislation that deal with fuels management, prescribed fire, and some subtle changes to defensible space regulations. And these would include SB 1260, Fire Prevention and Protection, Prescribed Fire, and Assembly Bill 2911, Fire Safety, which again deals with some changes to the defensible space regulations. And the final piece on the state side of the issue is the Vegetation Treatment Program, Programmatic Environmental Impact Report. And this document has been years in the making, and it would basically give vegetation managers, state agencies, a programmatic environmental impact tool to engage in CEQA analysis of proposed projects. It doesn't take the place of detailed CEQA analysis project specific to a certain area, but it gives a powerful tool for initially completing studies of projects that are deemed important for public safety. On the federal side, National Forest partners here in Santa Barbara County derive most of their broad strategy from the National Cohesive Strategy, which is then implemented in the Los Padres National Forest Land Management Plan. And specific to fuels management in the forest, the strategic fuel break assessment was recently completed that took a scientific look at the existing network of strategic fuel breaks across the Los Padres National Forest, and was a very comprehensive effort to determine which fuel breaks were worthy of maintaining, which fuel breaks provided the most benefit to fire suppression, given limited federal resources to keep those fuel breaks open. And then community wildfire protection plans also factor into federal land policy. National Forest land managers and wildland fire practitioners are typically members of development teams when they're putting together community wildfire protection plans, and many of our mountain communities are inside the boundaries of the National Forest. So actions that happen on the National Forest are greatly impactful to those mountain residents. And then the National Environmental Policy Act, as you well know, is the guiding document that guides environmental review on our federal lands. So a quick refresher on wildland fire.
May I just, thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman's been waiting, so I'll go to her first.
This goes to your previous slides. So there used to be a fee for the urban wildland interface to help fund some of these programs. Could you describe what that was, what happened to it?
Correct. So that was from the state of California. The state responsibility area fire prevention fee was levied on residents of the state responsibility area. Here in Santa Barbara County, we have something to the tune of 14,000 parcels that we're paying into that assessment. It was suspended last year, and in lieu of that, many of the projects and grants that are being released to continue that type of work is being funded by the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And it's anticipated that will continue to be the funding mechanism for those fire prevention grants.
So, and who applies for those, and what kind of, on what basis?
So the state fire prevention grants, it can be any nonprofit, non-governmental agency, for example, a fire safe council, a special district, a homeowners association. It can be a fire agency that's not CAL FIRE. So Santa Barbara County, wearing our local fire district hat, we can also apply for these grants. We have in the past, and we've been successful in some of those projects. It's a robust program that has actually had some funding increase over the years, especially now utilizing the cap and trade dollars that are available.
If I might follow up, could you get us information? I mean, I think there are a lot of nonprofits and homeowner associations who would like to know about this. We could get it out in our newsletters and on our website, what the criteria are, what the money is, how to go about this, deadlines.
Absolutely. A good avenue for that is the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. And typically we pipeline information that we get from our state and federal partners regarding grants to the Fire Safe Council. It's an excellent informational source for folks that are interested in grant funding.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you. Rob, if you could go back to that slide, the Los Padres National Forest Land Management Plan, is that the same plan that's called the Santa Barbara Mountain Communities Defense Zone Projects?
That project is a vegetation management project. Guidance for that project, the strategies therein that designed it, derived from policy in the Los Padres National Forest Land Management Plan. Additionally, the strategic field break assessment analyzed several of those field treatments that were proposed in that project.
So those are defense zone projects. My follow-up question is, for these mountain communities, have any of those defense zone projects been completed?
One particular project was completed. It happened in conjunction with the Whittier fire. So it was a field treatment that was designed in that project and ended up getting completed as a secondary containment line on the eastern end of the Whittier fire. So in effect, that project was completed at no cost specifically to the Los Padres National Forest because it was funded by the efforts to suppress the Whittier fire.
Okay, so we've got one of the projects done, and maybe this is a question, maybe not for you, but for our federal Santa Barbara Ranger District to know, and you can let me know later, when those remaining projects are scheduled to be completed. So it looks like one is done, but there's a few others that are scheduled to be done in those mountain communities. So it'd be good to know when that is scheduled to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, for clarification, that doesn't include all CWPPs in areas that might be considered mountainous or mountainish. I mean, I would consider Mission Canyon mountainous. And I do think it brings up the question of, in some places where this type of work is already being done but is non-controversial, what's the difference between that and maybe say what we're about to argue about in the next item? I mean, why is the vegetation removal and the work that you do in Mission Canyon seemingly not drawn the ire of either side? And
so it's my understanding that during the process of putting together the Mission Canyon Community Wildfire Protection Plan back in 2011, there actually was a fair amount of controversy regarding the project specific to creating the plan. Subsequent to that, County Fire did receive grant funding to complete some of the treatments that were recommended in that document. And those projects did not elicit any controversy, and the community was extremely supportive of the project. And then the end result of it, we've never received any negative feedback on the field treatments that were put in. And then to Supervisor Wolf's question regarding the Santa Barbara Communities Mountain Defense Zone project, it's identified in the San Marcos Pass Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, Given that it's a federal project on federal lands that had already been approved through the NEPA process, it's not one of the recommended treatments. It's simply recognized so that in the process of analyzing our proposed treatments, we utilize those fuel treatments spatially in our analysis, assuming that they would be put in place. So that would alter fire behavior in those communities beneficially, supposedly, which would then alter the fuel treatments that we're proposing immediately surrounding the homes, if that makes sense.
If I could, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up, I just want to be clear that my question wasn't in any way to imply that there's controversy in those areas, because they've already been planned. My question really is, when are they planned to be done? And I haven't heard that there's controversy around those projects that are scheduled to be done. And in fact, I want to thank our federal partners for moving forward with those. Thank you.
And yeah, I guess my overall questions are more complementary to that, is if there are places where the plans are moving forward and they may have been controversial at one time but are no longer controversial, is it the conceptual planning that people argue about, but once it comes down to the execution, that it is executed in a manner that's more acceptable to all sides? I'm just trying to get my head around some of that gap that exists, and that's where the thrust of my question is.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I have to recuse myself when we get to the next item. So
I'll try to not talk about it.
I wish I didn't have to recuse myself, so there wouldn't be the controversy. Not that I'm, can control that, but I really do believe that that we can all find consensus. But I won't be part of that discussion again because I have to recuse myself.
Mr. Gazzani.
Chair, just for some context on that, having worked with fire and with the community on the Mission Canyon Community Wildfire Protection Plan, I think part of moving that forward was taking a document which was originally an action document and making it an information document so that recommended projects would then be subject to whatever permits or permit exemptions, and CEQA would follow on a piece-by-piece basis. So I think that was a big part of moving that forward, was to take maybe a more ambitious project, that particular draft community wildfire protection plan, and then working very closely with the community to make clear that the informational document would actually be quicker and make grant money available much faster, still provide the benefit of an information document, and then rely on whatever permit exemptions already existed for fire on brush clearing, as well as CEQA exemptions within 100 feet of a property.
Thank you. Rob, please proceed.
And just on a quick note, the presentation is actually going to talk more broadly about various community wildfire protection plans in the county once I get through a few more of these slides.
Great. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now is run through some basics of some of the factors that influence wildland fire. And this helps to understand why fuels management is one component of risk reduction strategies. So when we look at wildland fire behavior, we have three factors that determine why a fire burns: its rate of spread, its intensity, flame lengths. These are all things that greatly impact how we fight the fire and the impact of that suppression action on the men and women that are engaged in those activities. Weather, topography, and fuels are the three elements that drive wildland fire behavior. Weather is obvious: wind, high temperatures, low relative humidities. We all understand that these are things that can exacerbate wildland fire. Topography, the shape of the land, the steepness of the slope, what direction the slope faces, features like saddles and chimneys, these are all things that can accelerate fire behavior. And then fuels, that's what's burning. Vegetation, we term it fuels in the fire service. The amount, the arrangement, and how wet or dry those fuels are, and the type of vegetation. In Santa Barbara County, we have all of these elements to the extreme. We have extremely rugged topography, typically in the national forest, But even in our state lands, while we don't have the elevation, we have many, many areas in the San Ynez Valley and the Lompoc Valley with very rugged terrain. We have complex fire weather, as we all know. Even setting aside our local sundown or wind conditions, average summertime fire weather across the interior of Santa Barbara County is conducive to large fire growth. Witness the 2007 Zaka fire, which burned for 2 months, and in that entire span of time, you could count on one hand how many times it was wind-driven. The vast majority of that 240,000-acre fire burned under fuels and topography-driven fire behavior. And then the fuel challenge. And I appreciate this slide, and I'm sure maybe everybody here will. The irony of this slide is that you're looking at the Santa Barbara front country in the area of the Thomas Fire. And so this chaparral-covered landscape no longer looks like that. Looking at the history of fire in Santa Barbara County, the shaded polygons that you see on the map represent the perimeters of historic fires. The dark red represents fires since 2012. And you can see our landscape is covered, particularly in the federal lands, almost continuously with large fires over the years. What is noticeable is that in the state lands, typically covered in grass and live oak field type, we have less incidents of large fires, and that's to be expected because we have lighter fields. We're able to undertake initial attack actions and keep fires small in the state areas of the county. In the federal areas of the county, particularly the National Forest, and interestingly, on Vandenberg Air Force Base, we have challenges, mainly due to extreme topography and heavier fuel conditions. And running through our history of fires in Santa Barbara County, everybody remembers the 2007 Zaka fire, which burned off a very large percentage of our backcountry, including a huge percentage of the Lake Cachuma watershed. The Gap fire in 2008, which burned behind the city of Goleta. The T fire in 2008, which interestingly burned in a very similar area as the 1977 Sycamore Canyon fire and burned a similar number of homes. The Hasacita fire in 2009, again, burned 80 homes in the Mission Canyon area and significantly impacted the Santa Barbara South Coast. Also resulted in 6 fire company entrapments and 2 significant burn injuries to our Ventura County firefighter partners to the south of us. And then in 2016, the Sherpa, the Ray, and the Canyon fires. The Alamo and the Whittier fires in 2017. And myself personally, I figured that when the Whittier fire was cold and done, that we were at the end of our fire siege. And then we had the Thomas fire in December, which hit home very personally for all the members of my department and myself, very personally, given what happened in the debris flow on 1/9. And so, again, the extensive fire history in this county goes back decades and decades and decades. And we really started keeping records in 1955 with the Refugio fire. And you can see the preponderance of large fires throughout the years on a cyclical nature. So we know that large wildfires are a natural and permanent fixture of our county. We're going to be facing this. It's not something that we're going to fix or that we're going to get rid of. It's how we react to these large fires and the steps we take to protect our communities that's going to make a difference. To put into context some of the vegetation management that's been done in the past and is proposed in the future in regards to the number of acres that have been burned in wildland fires, the red on this chart represents wildland fire since 2004, really the start of our modern era of large fires in Santa Barbara County. Prior to 2004, you had to go all the way back to 1993 to find a large fire in our county. Since 2004, it's become a much more regular occurrence, reflecting the trend that's happening statewide and nationally throughout the western United States. So we've burned over 500,000 acres since 2004, both in state and federal lands in the entirety of Santa Barbara County. And that little sliver you see, which is expanded to the small little green circle, represents completed and maintained field treatments that Santa Barbara County Fire has done, both inside and outside the Los Padres National Forest boundary, which is 648 acres to this date. And then our planned field treatments, if we were to complete every project that we would like to complete, including several prescribed fires in northern Santa Barbara County, we are just shy of 2,000 acres. So it's an extremely small percentage of what has burned throughout the county since 2004. And this is just to put it into perspective.
May I interrupt you one more time, Supervisor Hartman?
Sorry, I had a question, but you have a long list of where we should do additional community wildfire protection plans. I assume that's not included in this?
Actually, a further slide will demonstrate some of the areas that we're recommending, and yes, they are included in future community wildfire protection plans, yes.
Maybe since you are already interrupted. So is that for all agencies in the county? Because it's just, the disconnect is, because we're APCD board members, we get emails with all the prescribed burns, noticing them. They happen with frequency. Is it just that they're a small number of acres, or what's the deal? Because we get emails all the time about prescribed burns being noticed to the public.
So, Chair Williams, this represents, in the green pie chart, Santa Barbara County field treatments. So if you were to add into this treatments that Montecito Fire is doing along the front country, treatments that the Los Padres National Forest is doing, for example, field rake maintenance and some of their prescribed fires, and to some extent field treatments that are happening in Carp-Summerlin Fire District, those would be the other agencies that are actively doing work, along with Santa Barbara City, also doing field treatments in the high fire hazard areas of the city. You'd probably add another 500 or 600 acres to that total.
Got it.
Oftentimes, the prescribed fires that will be reported to APCD include pile burning projects. So where the Forest Service is manually burning stacked dry vegetation from manual fields treatments projects will qualify as a prescribed fire and will be noticed to the Air Pollution Control District board members.
And is that technique inferior in fuel reduction in your view, or is that also just as useful?
It's highly effective, yeah. Okay. As a way of disposing of biomass that's been generated from vegetation management, burn piles it's an essential tool.
And would that be counted in these totals too?
Not in Santa Barbara County's totals in this chart. Okay. The vast majority of open burning occurs on private lands with private citizens.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay, and looking at our vegetation management plan, I'm going to give you some
Supervisor Wolf also has a question.
Okay.
Sorry, Rob.
I think you're going to get to the next slide, because we're talking in that previous slide about wildland fire, but there's also, like we have our hotshot crews that go out and they do work, and it's more vegetation management, correct? So how does that fit in? Or is there even a way to quantify that?
Yes, there is. So the dark green quarter of the pie chart that you see, the completed and maintained field treatment, 640 acres, the majority of that is hand crew work. So that represents the sum total of Santa Barbara County Fire Department's vegetation management projects. And the majority of that is roadside field treatments that are completed by the Santa Barbara County hand crew. We have several prescribed fires on the books at this time. Mm-hmm. We have yet to complete those projects for the last 5 years, given several challenges that we'll discuss later in the program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just highlight that question, Rob, because slides like this I love and hate, honestly, because I love it because it helps give us urgency, but I hate it because now a bunch of people are going to put that out in the community, and it doesn't include other fire agencies, private land, and so it's an incomplete piece of information that now is going to be promulgated everywhere. But I like it from the urgency viewpoint, but I'm putting that out there because hopefully we could get at some point some integrated understanding of how much is going on.
Correct. So again, this presentation to the board concerns Santa Barbara County Fire Department's vegetation management plan. I don't want to speak for actions of other agencies. I'm aware anecdotally of the amount of acreage that they're engaged in when you look at their project totals. I would say that on average, it's less acreage than what we're doing. We have a hand crew program that's highly dedicated to project work. And they're not, although they're used extensively in wildfire suppression, increasingly more every year, one of their primary missions is to engage in vegetation management projects. The forest has been hampered over the years because of the length and duration of fire season, so their staff is typically involved in fire suppression almost 100% of the time, and it's difficult to get projects accomplished. I know that in Montecito Fire, they've done quite a bit of work using contractors. But if you look across the spectrum of Santa Barbara County, and this is a fact, the vast majority of defensible space work and vegetation management occurs on private lands by private citizens. And one of the purposes of putting together what we'll talk about in a minute, community wildfire protection plans, is it gives guidance to those activities more so than activities by agencies. And agencies follow best management practice, guidance from our strategic plans and our unit plans or our federal land management plans, and then following CEQA guidelines to ensure that our projects are consistent with a multiple set of values. Projects that occur on private land by private citizens without guidance can sometimes result in projects that compromise some of those values, hence the value of community wildfire protection plans.
And do you have a sense of the scale? If more than this is happening on private land, is it twice as much, 3 times as much? Do we know? What do we know?
I'll have a slide that will talk about community wildfire protection plans, and I have some notes that will give some acreages for one particular area, and it might help to clarify that.
Great, thank you, Rob.
Okay. And we knew that this slide would elicit a lot of interest.
I think it's awesome.
Again, it's simply to illustrate the scale comparison between what we're doing as humans to modify vegetation and what's happening from wildfire. And if you were to add all of the field treatments that are happening everywhere in Santa Barbara County, the only thing that would come close to matching this amount of modification in vegetation would be cattle grazing. And I'll talk about that also. Okay, moving forward, looking at the Santa Barbara County Fire Department's vegetation management strategies, we basically have 3 types of field modification strategies that we engage in, and the most important by far, and the category of vegetation management that we spend most of our efforts engaged in, is community-based. The cornerstone of that is individual defensible space, and this is the responsibility of every homeowner in Santa Barbara County and is actually mandated in the state lands by Public Resource Code 4291, commonly referred to as a 100-foot defensible space rule. We depend on citizens in this county to do their due diligence to keep their properties fire safe. Defensible space is more than just clearing vegetation around their properties. It involves reducing other sources of ignition around their homes, wood piles, wood furniture. It involves doing measures to harden their homes to make them more ember resistant. It involves taking personal accountability of their access to their property so that we can get fire apparatus into their property to engage fires. So there are many components to it. Our involvement in defensible space is an educational component and an inspection component and an enforcement component. And our inspection load is over 14,000 parcels yearly that we're required to inspect. At this point, in 2018, we've completed close to 6,000 inspections. It's a laborious process, and recently, some of the required elements from the state involve assessments of the structures and their flammability. So in addition to inspecting for vegetation clearance, we're also doing inspections of the type of construction on the home to create a baseline of what our risks are out there regarding structural flammability. Community field treatments bridge the gap between defensible space and the wildlands. When you have homes that are built in steep topography, or you have inadequate lot line allowances to enable them to achieve 100 foot of defensible space, community field treatments can bridge that. Typically, these are done by an agency because they're going to be work that's happening on an adjoining parcel or a group of parcels. The current code does not require landowners to clear defensible space for their neighbor. And so County Fire typically engages in projects for the benefit of the community, typically on private land, to augment what the citizens are doing in their immediate vicinity of their homes. An example of a place where we've engaged in these types of projects is around the community of Painted Cave. So both County Fire, Forest Service, and the Painted Cave Volunteer Fire Department over the last 20 years have slowly engaged in developing a community filth treatment network around that community. And it's reflected in the draft Community Wildfire Protection Plan, some of those projects. The CWPP planning process is critical to the success of community-based projects. It gives a collaborative and participatory process for the citizens, and it helps guide our actions to make sure we're not engaging in projects that the community doesn't want. The second component of our vegetation management plan are landscape-based field treatments. So while we spend the vast majority of our time and energy doing community-based treatments, we do have some applications of landscape-based treatments. The primary type of landscape-based treatment is prescribed fire. Prescribed fire has made its way into the news. We have state legislation that encourages more prescribed fire. We have the governor of California demanding more acres burned. Much of that emphasis is on the conifer forests in the Sierra Nevadas. Applications for prescribed fire in Chaparral are much more limited. While there are examples of successful prescribed fire, and the Los Pardos National Forest in the past has routinely engaged in relatively large projects in the backcountry, it comes with challenges, and I'll elaborate on those in a minute. Prescribed herbivory, otherwise known as grazing, and agriculture are the second part of landscape-based field treatments. So believe it or not, in Santa Barbara County, cattle grazing is the single, other than wildland fire, that's the single greatest amount of land that's where the vegetation is being modified. And it is actually why we have very little to no structure loss or any incidents of urban interface fires in most of northern Santa Barbara County. So we don't have any historical record of wildland fires burning homes in San Ynez, burning homes in Orcutt, burning homes in Lompoc City. When we look to Chaparral covered areas, we do find extensive history of structure loss. Part of the reason that the northern parts of the county have remained relatively large fire free is by a very proactive range management on the part of our cattle industry. And then the third component of vegetation management is strategic pre-fire. And these are the ones I think that elicit a lot of controversy. Primarily ridgeline strategic field breaks. The vast majority of these occur on the Los Padres National Forest, although we do have some strategic field breaks in the state lands. And then roadside field treatments also come under this category of vegetation management. This is basically clearing roads, the sides of the roads, for several different functions. Number one is to prevent ignitions, and number two, to allow us to utilize the road, if needed, as a strategic fire control fire line. Defensible space, again, the cornerstone of our community-based fields treatment efforts. The primary purpose of defensible space is to provide a safe area for firefighters to operate in. Preventing the structure from burning down, that's a worthy cause. But again, I want to reiterate, the primary reason that we enforce defensible space regulations and that we encourage people to do this kind of work around their home is to provide a safe area for firefighters and or trapped residents from an encroaching fire. We conduct our inspections annually, and again, we have 14,000 structures in the Santa Barbara County state responsibility area, and it is a homeowner responsibility.
Supervisor
Wolf.
Wolf.
Trying to prevent.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Rob, I'm sorry to interrupt, but on this defensible space, I remember in the past, the board used to get a list of property owners that didn't complete their defensible space, and I don't recall the last time I saw that, so my assumption is that everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. And also those that weren't, I believe that it was either we contracted out, but we would go in and then charge the property owner. So my question is, what is my correct assumption? That we just haven't brought it back to the board, or that everyone's doing what they're supposed to do?
Chair and Supervisor Wolf, in the last couple of years, we've actually had relatively good compliance with defensible space standards. And to some extent, it was a change in philosophy to work with homeowners more in depth. So rather than be overhanded with enforcement, to give homeowners certain targets. And if we saw compliance with those targets, then we would raise the bar the following year with the expectation that over a period of years, we would gain compliance from those homeowners. What we found is that steady pressure from our inspectors, again, we eventually end up with compliance from the homeowners. And I think also that what's happening statewide and what we see on the news every summer with hundreds and hundreds of homes that are threatened or burned has given more emphasis to homeowners to complete this work. So while we do have some parcels that are non-compliant, it generally hasn't been a challenge for us in getting remediation before it comes to the board.
Okay, well, I guess I would like to see the numbers, and if and I believe this is an important part of the entire program that you've laid out, and so when there are enforcement actions, the way I kind of look at these things is that people have to comply. And so I would be interested to know what are the exact numbers. And again, we used to get that information in our board packet. So if maybe at a later time you can bring that information forward, just so we can compare the numbers of those that are following the rules. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
To illustrate how our program has evolved in the last several years, CAL FIRE now mandates that we perform these inspections in a much more thorough fashion than was done previously. So where it used to be common practice to drive down a street and visually check parcels from the cab of a fire truck, and if you could visually look around and see that they had done their weed abatement, then you check it off on a spreadsheet. We're required now to walk around every property, enter data onto a tablet using a geospatial database program, enter data about the structure, including when the structure was built so that we know what fire code was in effect when they built the home. So it's become a much more labor-intensive process, and so it has created a situation where it is almost physically impossible to complete 14,000 inspections in 1 year. To date, again, we've completed about 6,000 inspections. So what typically occurs is, given that the challenge of completing that many inspections in a single calendar year, it gives us the opportunity to focus where there's violations on a one-on-one basis, because we're there, we're knocking on the door, and we're talking to the homeowner rather than checking it off on a sheet and forwarding it to our enforcement division. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and thank you for that, but it just brings up another concern that the requirements that you folks have are more involved. And then the next question would be, but you don't have to answer it today, is maybe we need to consider getting more inspectors on the ground to complete this process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Yes, I'm viewing this as a prelude to our budget workshops and trying to understand, what the needs are. What role do insurance companies play, if any, in defensible space? And is there, is that a partnership? I mean, do we have a form and we check and the homeowner can verify, yes, I'm meeting these requirements, or can insurance companies ask for that, or how do we up the ante?
Supervisor Hartman, absolutely, insurance companies are part of the process. So 4291, Public Resource Code, allows insurance companies to actually require greater than 100 foot of clearance in order to be eligible for an insurance policy. They can only do that when they receive from the local fire jurisdiction an assessment of what that property would require. They can't use a hired contractor or their own staff to make that determination. It has to be authorized representative of the local fire agency, somebody designated by the fire chief. But we typically receive those requests. We'll be called by an insurance company representative. They'll ask us about a particular address, and we'll send the engine company out to make an evaluation of their defensible space requirements. And again, defensible space, what we want to accomplish is obvious in the slide that you're looking at. The community defensible space is basically just an extension of individual defensible space. And this slide represents a project that was completed in Mission Canyon in 2014. This project was it sort of encapsulated everything that we're discussing today. It was funded by the state fire prevention fee through the Fire Prevention Grant Program. It was completed by Santa Barbara County's hand crew. It was based on treatments that were identified in the Mission Canyon Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And it happened immediately adjacent to homes at the top of Tunnel Road, Mission Canyon Road, and Spyglass Ridge. So it really represented the core concept of our vegetation management plan, and where, again, we spend most of our effort doing our work. And you can see in 2015, this is taken right at the trailhead for the Tunnel Trail, a very popular trail in Santa Barbara County. The vegetation on the left-hand side of the screen, and then after treatment, what it looked like in 2016. And again, that project was guided by recommendations in the Mission Canyon Community Wildfire Protection Plan. CWPPs recognize that community plans and priorities have an important role in shaping actions and management on federal and non-federal lands. They emphasize cross-boundary action. All of our CWPPs have been developed with multi-agency input, including Forest Service, County Fire, Montecito Fire Protection District, and Carp-Summerlin Fire Protection District, Santa Barbara City. We engage all branches of government at the local level. The minimum requirements of our CWPPs are collaboration, prioritized field treatment, and treatment of structural ignitability. Existing CWPPs in the county are actually numerous. Mission Canyon CWPP, the Goleta City Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the Carp-Summerlin Fire Protection District CWPP, Montecito, Santa Barbara City, and the draft San Marcos Pass Eastern Goleta Foothills Community Wildfire Protection Plan. The question was asked earlier about the amount of acreages that are completed by private parties, and I have several notes that can kind of give you a sense of comparison between what agencies engage in and what folks are doing on their private lands. So for the San Marcos Pass Eastern Goleta Foothills Community Wildfire Protection Plan, again in draft form, but an analysis of the field treatments that are existing, that have been completed in the past, and are proposed is as follows. Currently, private existing field treatments that have been completed, again, this is over generations of families living up on the in the mountain communities. About 522 acres have been completed, and this represents roughly 2.6% of the study area. And that contrasts to the Santa Barbara County field treatments that are happening up in that area, which equal about 183 acres. And that acreage total included vegetation management along the side of Highway 154. So it's a rather extensive area when you add up the entire length of the highway. The planned field treatments that document is recommending are about 388 total acres. This includes roadside vegetation management, and it roughly equals about 1.2% of the plan area. So it's relatively small amounts of vegetation management in very critical locations. Recommended for further CWPP development, San Roque Foothills, the Goleta foothills, Gaviota Coast, the Burton Mesa communities, Lompoc City, and the Tepisque communities. In every single one of these cases, we have been approached and inquiries have been made to the fire department regarding future CWPP. So we know that there's interest and there's civic engagement about creating more of these. They're time consuming and they involve a lot of staff time, but they definitely have their value. And as has been shown in the past, they have allowed us to complete, field treatments with many stakeholder concerns in mind, where we're able to address a lot of measures to mitigate impacts. When we look at landscape-based treatments, now we're talking about efforts to modify vegetation over a large area. And what consistently comes up is conversations concerning prescribed fire. Santa Barbara County has a history of a very active prescribed fire program in the past. It was begun in the 1950s through the efforts of the Santa Barbara County Range Improvement Association. And on average, and this was a statistic that I actually questioned until I dug into it deeper, but on average, between the 1950s and the 1980s, about 10,000 acres a year was being prescribed fired in Santa Barbara County. Most of that was happening in the state responsibility area, again, in rangeland. So not in chaparral field types, but mainly in grass, sage, and scattered chaparral for the purposes of maintaining rangeland for the cattle industry. Prescribed fire defined as the application of fire to fields to accomplish planned resource management objectives. It reduces the age class of the vegetation, thereby making it less flammable and burn with less intensity. We can reduce the amount of dead fuel. We can restore fire-adapted ecosystems. That's particularly important in conifer forests. We have small amounts of conifers in our county, and they've been heavily impacted by drought and beetle kill. And then prescribed fire can be cost-effective as a means to modify vegetation over a large area. They're conducted under defined weather and field conditions to reduce the adverse of high-intensity fire, the impacts of high-intensity fire, to minimize the chances of fire escape. And then there's practical challenges, and these are well known. It's high risk in the wildland-urban interface. At this time, in the opinion of Santa Barbara County Fire, there are very few opportunities to engage in prescribed fire in the Santa Barbara front country. It's a question that's brought up numerous times, and in looking at previous reports to this board, again in 1965 and in 1978, questions were asked if we could engage in more prescribed fire in the Santa Barbara South Coast to reduce future large fires. The Santa Barbara South Coast presents unique challenges to prescribed fire. Proximity of assets, including urban areas, transportation corridors, unique weather challenges. So on average, with your typical summertime weather conditions, the chaparral is relatively resistant to fire in the Santa Barbara front country. And then when you get a sundowner wind that surfaces, you can have explosive conditions. So keeping prescribed fire under control, keeping the genie in the bottle, for want of a better term, is very difficult in the South Coast. Smoke management is also a particular concern near urban areas. So while prescribed fire typically, studies show, emits far less smoke emissions than a wildfire, it still is a real and ever-present concern when you're planning any kind of burning operation near populated areas. And a final challenge for us is that we now have a decreased prescription window because of the longer fire season. So as fire seasons get longer, we have less opportunities to find that critical weather window to engage in prescribed fire. Now, given all those challenges, there are still opportunities in our county to engage in these projects. But again, typically they're going to occur in the northern part of Santa Barbara County. Here's an example of a prescribed fire that was conducted in the mid-2000s. This was the Sage Aliso prescribed burn, and this was a cooperative project between the Los Pardes National Forest and Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and occurred on Rancho San Fernando Rey. This slide is to illustrate the interaction of previous fires, and it helps to understand what prescribed fire could potentially do were it to be implemented on a broad scale. What we have found in Santa Barbara County when we analyze fire perimeters is that fires interact positively with previous burns. They literally stop right on the perimeters of those previous fires. And what this has allowed us to do is strategically take advantage of that and limit fire suppression activities in those areas. This is in contrast to studies that have been performed in Southern California, looking at areas in San Diego, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles counties where Santa Ana-driven fires typically will burn through previous fire scars, including fire scars as young as 5 years old. We're not seeing that to any degree at all in Santa Barbara County. So again, this slide is going to be one of those slides that elicits many comments, but it's simply to describe to the board not only what the impact of young age class vegetation is, but also to help you understand one of the critical strategic options that we use in suppressing large fires in our county. For example, the 2016 Ray Fire, right here in the middle of the screen, this entire northern flank of the fire, many, many, many miles of fire line, impacted the 2007 Zaka Fire. And in that entire length of the perimeter, there were no suppression resources expended to suppress that edge of the fire. It was basically left to burn into the Zaka Fire. So no people, no fire trucks, no fire retardant. Once we realized that that fire was going to continue to burn to the north, we let it burn into the Zaka Fire and it went out. Additionally, and this is of critical importance to the citizens of Goleta to understand how this interaction worked, the 2017 Whittier Fire, which we all remember well from last year, this portion of the fire here impacted the 2008 Gap Fire. So this was basically 10-year-old chaparral that visually looks no different than the 1964 vintage chaparral that surrounded it. And we watched, hundreds of wildland firefighters watched the Whittier Fire burn with extreme fire behavior into the Gap fire scar and stop. And then I personally walked that fire edge to validate and to understand why it had stopped. And it overlapped into the Gap Fire in places maybe by 30 feet. So it was quite a remarkable observation, and we then subsequently utilized that concept to allow the western edge of the Thomas Fire to burn into the T in the Hasacita Fire, where again, the Thomas Fire did exactly the same thing, stopped in its tracks when it hit the 10-year-old vegetation in that area. And in an extremely long, over 12 miles of the Thomas Fire, stopped dead in its tracks when it hit the 2007 Zaka Fire. So again, this is to illustrate something that the fire agencies in Santa Barbara County are using to their advantage. So it's maybe a silver lining to the recent fire history that we've had, that we're able to use previous fires to our advantage.
And since you're transitioning slides, I'm going to go to Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. That is absolutely fascinating. And I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more, again, why this is true in Santa Barbara County as opposed to San Diego and LA, and how old do you think the fire can be, the burn area can be, before this principle applies? And then I have some other questions about front country.
Certainly. So a critical factor that is different in Santa Barbara County than areas of Southern California south of the county line is the Santa Ana wind regime. So Santa Ana's affect a very wide regional area south of our county line, and they have very minimal impact on our weather patterns. We can typically experience a Santa Ana wind condition in the Santa Clara River Valley in Ventura County with 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And in Santa Barbara County, we will basically have a calm, hazy day, and you'll be looking at extremely clear conditions across the channel because of the wind blowing offshore, but with very little wind impact in our local area. And this is due to the arrangement of our mountain ranges, which tend to block Santa Ana winds from impacting our county. Our sundowner winds are a local driven phenomenon, and so they conversely do not affect areas south of Santa Barbara County. They are specific to the Santa Barbara County front country. So where we have fires that are driven by sundowner wind conditions, we have found fires that will pass through recent burn areas. An example of that would be the Mariposa fire in 2005, burned within the perimeter of the 2004 Gaviota fire. So that was one-year-old chaparral that had a fire burn within it, and actually burned, many, many acres. The impact of that typically is that chaparral is slow to recover from frequent fires, and so that is something that is to be avoided, and part of our responsibilities as in managing our vegetation management program is to prevent that occurrence from happening. What we're seeing in our backcountry, in areas outside the Santa Barbara front country sundowner areas, typically up to about 20 years we see this interaction. And after about 20 years, chaparral begins to develop a significant amount of dead fuel component and becomes increasingly more flammable, and fire intensities go up from there.
And I had a question, if I could, about the front country, and maybe this is I think what I heard you saying is that it's prescribed burns are in most cases not a tool to use in Santa Barbara front country. And I'd just like to explore that a little bit more, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Gazzoni. If we did a prescribed burn and it got out of control and it was a county fire, what is the county's liability?
Chair and supervisors, there have been cases of this where liability was found. So prescribed burn gone bad could create liability. We would not be enjoying the immunities that exist during a declared disaster.
Thank you. And I was very struck by your slide, page 24, where you were doing the selective clearing in the front country and taking out because I mean, as we learned, our lesson in the debris flows, when a fire comes in the front country and the rains come, then we get the debris flows, the mud. So you want to leave some vegetation, I assume, to hold the soil. So again, that's another reason why we wouldn't want to do prescribed burns in the front country.
Correct.
If you care to comment.
Correct. That's a correct assumption. Yeah. When we do mechanical and manual treatments, we're leaving a lot of the vegetation in place. Oftentimes we're chipping what we cut, and the chips are broadcast back onto the treated area. So for the most part, you're leaving a lot of the vegetation to protect the soil and to minimize erosion. We also would typically not engage in fill treatments on steep slopes. So there's a point of diminished returns on very steep slopes where it's not worth the risk of erosion, sedimentation, and adverse impacts.
And one last question here. You talked about cattle grazing. I've used goats. They're purged. They come. They don't bring in exotic seeds. They can be used on very steep slopes where it may be difficult for hand crews to go out. How much experience do we have with that, and what are we thinking about that going forward?
Supervisor Hartman, the next slide is actually going to provide some information on the use of goats for landscape treatments. So in addition to prescribed fire for large landscape treatments, we have prescribed herbivory, and this is becoming more utilized throughout California. A lot of municipalities now are hiring contractors to bring in herds of goats and manage them across the landscape to do exactly what you described, to reduce some of the fuel load. Goats are interesting in that they will actually eat the shrubs and avoid a lot of the grass fuel, versus cattle and sheep will tend to focus on the grass fuels. In Santa Barbara County, it's cattle grazing that provides us the largest amount of prescribed herbivory, for want of a better term. But there have been several projects that have been completed using herds of goats. Specifically in Mission Canyon, a project prior to the Hasacita fire utilized goats near the top of the community to thin out some of the vegetation. And also in the Painted Cave community, they've used goats extensively in areas that they've already treated as a tool for maintenance of those field treatments. What I've seen personally is that the methodologies used in Painted Cave typically work the best, where you've already treated the landscape using hand crews to create the desired field treatment, and then you selectively use goats to basically maintain what you have, as opposed to putting them out in the landscape to graze on untreated chaparral. That is typically a tough call because of the size of our chaparral. There hasn't been a lot of benefit to that, if that makes sense. But it is a useful tool. And again, many places in California are utilizing goats to complete these types of projects. A second component of landscape level fuels management, and I've been chastised by some in the ag community for using this term, but I'm still going to use this term, are agricultural green belts. We have shown significant benefit to our orchards and our vineyards, providing extremely effective fire stops for our communities. So extremely pressing example of that is the city of Goleta is highly protected by the orchards behind their community. They've managed to slow down development along with Santa Barbara County in the foothills, and what that's done is allowed the orchard greenbelts to provide a significant amount of fire protection to the community. And in northern Santa Barbara County, the number of vineyards now that are in cultivation have also greatly decreased spread of fire throughout northern Santa Barbara County. We have many, many examples of our initial attack fires running into vineyards and for all intents and purposes going out. The final component of vegetation management is strategic pre-fire, and this is the part of our program that I know it elicits a lot of concern. This consists of ridgeline field breaks. Field breaks are designed to facilitate indirect fire attack. They're used in conjunction with backfiring operations. They create safer, more effective positions for firefighters to operate in. They increase the effectiveness of fire retardant. Typically located in favorable topography such as ridge lines or valley bottoms, and they're not designed, and this is important, they're not designed to independently stop a fire. They only work when they're supported by fire suppression activities. Where we are able to utilize them in that fashion, they're very effective. When we're not able to staff them with firefighters, typically they provide very little benefit. So they're a fire suppression tool, really. They're really not designed the way community defensible space treatments are, where we're trying to create space in front of the community from a non-encroaching fire. Strategic field breaks are used by firefighters for fire suppression. And the second component of strategic pre-fire is roadside vegetation management. And the reason that this falls under strategic pre-fire is that oftentimes we utilize roadways as our indirect fire lines. So we have an extensive network throughout the Los Padres National Forest of strategic pre-fire field breaks. But in the state lands, we don't. We have roads all over Santa Barbara County, and these provide extremely effective indirect fire lines. We utilize them all the time. Doing vegetation management along the road serves two purposes. We reduce the ability of an ignition to start a new fire by mowing annual grasses along the roadside in spring, and by removing vegetation in a strip along both sides of the road, we increase the effectiveness of that road to be utilized as an indirect fire line. We also increase the safety of that road as a way for the public to access or egress from a fire area. Access and egress routes reduces fuel along roadside shoulders to reduce potential fire intensity. We mow annual fields in late spring to reduce roadside ignitions. We create safer routes for evacuation. Again, enables the use of the road as a potential fuel break. On that note, regarding roadside vegetation management, again, I want to reiterate that the vast majority of projects that Santa Barbara County Fire engages in is roadside field treatments. Typically, it's the area that we get the most complaints about. We receive complaints all summer long from mountain residents about the state of our roads. And so for us, bang for the buck, it's one of the most efficient places and probably the most impactful to engage in vegetation management is along our roads.
Rob, one more moment. Just a question that I had in these in these ones in the backcountry, is that generally achieved when not roads by prescribed burns? The pictures there looked like prescribed burns, but or are we talking about more use of hand crews?
Bulldozers.
So the picture that you see, the long picture at the bottom of the screen, is actually the Camino Cielo field break, where it was utilized in the Whittier fire in a backfiring operation. So how this field break was implemented back in the 1970s, they used typically machinery to put the field break in, removing the vegetation, and then they type converted these field breaks with herbicides. A management practice that probably wouldn't be repeated in our modern times, but back in those days, that was pretty standard practice. The result of that, though, was that we do have these permanent field breaks across a lot of our backcountry that, for all intents and purposes, are going to be there forever unless somebody was to plant vegetation on them. A visual representation of that is the picture that you see in the top right. Again, this is the Camino Cielo field break east of San Marcos Pass. And of note is that this picture was taken pre-Thomas fire, and this exact area now has been burned off in a backfiring operation that occurred during the Thomas fire. That's the main purpose of strategic field breaks, is to complement and support backfiring operations. And so, again, the picture in the bottom is an example of a successful backfiring operation. Many times these field breaks aren't successful in supporting those operations, depending on fire behavior and the specifics of the situation. The Whittier fire to the east of this picture, during the first couple hours of its growth, burned right over this field break, which illustrates that these field breaks do nothing to stop fire unless they're prepared and staffed. And at that time, all the firefighting resources were engaged in fighting the fire off of Highway 154. No fire resources were on top of the mountain. Subsequently, days later, we were able to get resources up onto the Camino and successfully contained a large portion of that fire along that field break. So it's a mixed bag. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Supervisor Hartman?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions regarding field breaks. When you just have to put them in to fight a fire, I know that after the fire is over, you go in and do a lot of work restoring the area. And I guess one question, I'll set them out, but one question is, how do you decide which to keep and which not to keep? How many do we have overall? Is it strategic where we want to put them? And then how do we manage them over time now that we don't just use pesticides? How do we keep exotic fuels out? And maybe one of the other exotics is human beings who maybe shouldn't be there starting fires or posing a danger.
Correct. So again, the majority of field breaks exist on the National Forest. Typically, when there's a fire that results in utilization of a field break, after the fire is controlled, there's a phase of the operation where we attempt to rehabilitate the fire lines that were placed on the incident. Features like dozer lines that come down ridges, even hand line that was put in on the direct fire edge, we go through a process to rehabilitate the actions that were taken, whether it's smoothing out dozer piles, removing dead fuels that we've piled up, attempting to restore some of the environment that we disturbed in fire suppression. Actions that take place on established field breaks that have been identified by the forest as being essential pre-fire components, typically those restoration efforts will involve placing in water bars to prevent erosion, placing barriers to prevent intrusion onto the field break from, for example, off-road vehicles, and removing berms and piles of fuel that have been piled up. It is a challenge, specifically intrusion onto field breaks. It is a big challenge for land management agencies to deal with that. So it's a trade-off. It's the value of that feature to wildland firefighters and our ability to control large fires versus the impacts of that feature on the environment and the downstream repercussions. Regarding spread of invasive species, most, if not all, of the legacy field breaks that were put in decades ago are covered in annual grasses. That's the predominant fuel that you'll see across those field breaks. It's the same annual grasses that cover most of the inland areas of Santa Barbara County, for example, the Santa Ynez Valley. So while they are technically exotic species, they're annual grasses that have been in our county for several hundred years since the Spanish appeared on the scene. Okay, moving forward.
Supervisor Labanino.
Thank you. So, do you have a map of all the legacy? I mean, is this just institutional knowledge, or hopefully you've got a map of all these locations?
So the Forest Service has mapped all of their field breaks, and the document that shows their location and gives a rather complex rating to the efficacy of those field breaks is the forest-wide strategic field break assessment, which I referenced earlier in the program. We do, County Fire has maps that show the locations of all of these field breaks. We actually include them in an extensive map series that we utilize for pre-fire purposes. So planning how we're going to put out a fire, planning how we're going to deal with a fire as it burns across the landscape. We utilize the locations of those field treatments to design our strategies.
And then based on that map, you've identified other places where you feel strategically other fuel breaks should go.
In some very limited cases, yeah. Right. Regarding field breaks, and we'll talk about this in our recommendations, there is an extensive network of field breaks currently on the Los Padres National Forest. The biggest challenge is maintenance of those existing field breaks. So where they were type converted into grass, they are relatively maintenance free. In some areas, they never engaged in that practice, and they expend considerable amount of time trying to complete the maintenance. Chaparral is vigorous, and you can mow it down, and 5 years later, it's hard to tell that you did any work there.
But environmental, what type of environmental control is there as far as, I mean, are you just allowed to go in and this is a legacy break and you're allowed to go do what you need to do there? Or do you have to go in and permit?
I don't want to speak for the federal land management agencies. I know that they have certain field breaks that are considered critical to the fire suppression mission that they have studied through the NEPA process and have certain NEPA exclusions that allow them to do maintenance work on those field breaks. In the state lands, we would be following CEQA, and we would have had to have gone through our CEQA analysis
which then can be challenged in court and held up and all kinds of good things.
That hasn't happened to us, but again, project specific, we would be analyzing the impacts, and then once the project's completed, then yes, we'd be in a maintenance phase.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about prescribed burning And I think that's, you know, in my opinion, that's the biggest bang for the buck. You get the most fuel cleared for the least amount of money usually. But we never really made the distinction between winter burns and summer burns, or, you know, some other time of the year burn. And maybe you could talk a little bit about the conditions under which you do a winter burn, and, you know, how much easier it is to define the area that you want to burn, and maybe even have that as kind of a proactive strategy for creating the fuel breaks that you want to do, instead of going out there with the bulldozer and knocking it all down. Maybe you just get a helitorch or something and just spot treat a ridge and create mostly that effect with a different tool. Or did I just do that?
I'm going to run through our recommendations, and I'm actually going to address our recommendations regarding prescribed fire, and I'll elaborate on the question that you asked.
Perfect, thank you. I should have just waited.
So I'm going to lay out our recommendations regarding the three broad categories of vegetation management that we described: community-based, landscape-based, and strategic pre-fire. And I'll start with community-based. So County Fire is recommending that we update our Santa Barbara County Defensible Space Standards to comply with Assembly Bill 2911. So minor changes in that recently passed bill, but it will require that we make some small changes and reflect those when we come to the board at the next iteration of the California Fire Code. We recommend that we collaborate with planning and development in updating the safety element of the comprehensive plan. And this is a greatly needed update, and it's the goal of the fire department to assist in ensuring that the safety element adequately reflect the wildfire risks that we face in this county, particularly in light of the increased amount of acreage that we're seeing, and the changes in climate that seem to be exacerbating fires across the state. We recommend that we support continued development of community wildfire protection plans for at-risk communities, particularly the list that I previously displayed to the board. Along the Santa Barbara front country, we still have some communities that are not represented in any planning documents. And we recommend that we collaborate with operational area partners in the planning and implementation of regional vegetation management projects. And that recommendation, actually, we are engaged in quite a bit of collaboration, particularly with Santa Barbara City, Montecito Fire, and Carp Summerland. Vegetation management staff frequently visit each other's projects, share data, and one of the efforts typically is to ensure that what we're doing on our side of the line matches up to what our agency partners are doing on their side of the line, so that the efforts are cohesive and make sense regionally. And we're recommending that we complete efforts to develop a South Coast Community Defensible Space Zone using existing ag green belts, natural areas of light fuels, and targeted fuel treatments where necessary. And we're recommending a community defensible space zone around the Burton Mesa communities. Again, Burton Mesa has been impacted by fire over the years, to a greater degree than a lot of other communities in northern Santa Barbara County. As an example of some of our recommended measures, and this might help to clarify the question about mapped strategic field breaks. And again, Chair Williams, this will be one of those slides that elicits public comment. This map represents the current existing field treatments and some of the proposed field treatments based on our recommendations. And obviously this represents the Santa Barbara South Coast from roughly Goleta east to the Santa Barbara County line. And I'll start with the yellow polygons that you see on the map. And these represent the strategic ridgetop, strategic field breaks on federal lands. The blue shaded areas represent previous fire control features that were put in during large fires. So in particular, the Divide Peak field break was placed in this location during the Wheeler Gorge fire and to some extent during the Romero Canyon fire. The horseshoe fuel break was put into place during the 2017 Thomas fire. So these represent field treatments that were put in basically in the heat of battle. In some cases they were effective, and in some cases they were not. They've also been previously identified in land management plans as potential locations for actually constructed strategic pre-fire field breaks. The green shaded areas represent existing agriculture. And what's important to see on this map is that when we think about the concept of a field break across our South Coast foothills, we already have a very large field break that extends over a very large portion of that area, and that's the agricultural fields and orchards in the Carpinteria area and in the Goleta area. And in those parts of the South Coast, we don't see a great need to engage in large field treatment projects. There may be small isolated areas where we do targeted work. An example would be North Fairview, where we recently experienced the holiday fire. But in general, in those areas with extensive agricultural features, we've already been tested by fire, and they've proven their worth. The Gap fire burned this entire front country area behind Goleta with no structure loss. And when the Thomas fire encroached in behind Carp, we lost some structures, but relatively minimal in comparison to what Ventura County lost on the first night of the fire. The areas in purple represent potential or proposed field treatments in Santa Barbara County's jurisdiction, specifically Santa Barbara County Fire. These proposed field treatments represent gaps in that agricultural greenbelt or areas where we have structures that are immediately adjacent to heavy wildland fields. In some cases, these projects have been planned and gone through CEQA analysis. In other cases, these projects are just proposals or potential treatments that we could engage in. And what's interesting to note,
Supervisor Hartman.
Are these purple areas, these are private lands, I assume, and are there various things, I mean, could we promote agriculture there in addition to, say, clearing or what?
Correct. So all of the purple areas on the map represent private lands. They're basically gaps in the existing agricultural green belts behind the communities. I'll direct your attention to this area in the middle of the screen. This represents the San Roque foothills. And those treatments basically were put in or designed to fill in those gaps between existing orchards. So they're typically in topography or fuels or in an area that probably wouldn't be conducive to putting in some kind of agricultural crop, whether it's orchards or fields. So when we add up the sum total of what we're proposing or what we recommend in the Santa Barbara South Coast foothills, we're talking about a sum total of about 260 acres represented by those purple shaded areas. So an extremely small area in comparison to the entire acreage of the Santa Barbara South Coast urban communities. The second map shows a potential or recommended project that could be undertaken in the Burton Mesa communities, which are frequently impacted by wildland fire. This community was built many, many years ago, and at the time, I think that the assumption was that the open space surrounding them would provide recreation benefit, and the threat of wildland fire was clearly not a measure of concern. We have neighborhoods that literally back right up to extremely tall and thick chaparral. So what our proposal is that immediately adjacent to these homes that we create narrow defensible space areas to augment what the homeowners are able to achieve. Their lot lines are very, very narrow, which precludes them from doing any work beyond their property line. And their own yards are much too narrow to provide adequate safe separation distance from the chaparral. So this is just an example of the types of treatments that we are recommending looking at community defensible space. Looking at landscape-based strategies, we're recommending that we increase the use of prescribed fire where practical, with the goal of treating 500 to 1,000 acres of state responsibility area annually. To give some context to this recommendation, again, throughout the history of Santa Barbara County since 1950 to about the mid-1980s, on average, we were prescribed burning about 10,000 acres a year. The majority of that was happening, again, on private ranches under projects implemented by the Santa Barbara County Range Improvement Association with the assistance of County Fire. Our goal would be to partner with the current Range Improvement Association, and these efforts are actually underway, and to support their efforts to engage in these types of projects. It's more cost effective to the county, and projects that happen under the Range Improvement Association happen, for all intents and purposes, the liability is on them. We provide assistance in terms of training. We provide resources in case the fire is to escape control. But it has proven in the past to be a very efficient program in terms of the impact on county resources. There's also increasing interest from the current Range Improvement Association to engage in more of those projects. We're recommending that we collaborate with the Los Padres National Forest to conduct prescribed fire projects across jurisdictional boundaries. So while prescribed fire is a smaller part of Los Padres land management policy compared to previous decades, it's still a tool that the forest engages in. And where these projects cross jurisdictional lines, we are recommending that we partner with them to ensure that these projects meet the state goals. And we're recommending that we research the applicability of prescribed herbivory in suitable areas, and this would specifically be directed towards the use of goats for vegetation management. And we support and we recommend supporting across all agencies policies that encourage and perpetuate agricultural green belts in the wildland-urban interface. Again, in the Carpinteria foothills and in the Goleta foothills, we already have an extensive network of fire protection features, namely the orchards, and anything we do to perpetuate that type of land use is beneficial to fire protection. And we recommend the utilization of the State Vegetation Treatment Program, Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, once certified. This Programmatic Environmental Impact Report has gone through 3 iterations over the last 5 or 6 years. It's been modified significantly from its original iteration, and there's significant components of it that would be applicable to projects that County Fire would undertake. Regarding strategic pre-fire recommendations, we recommend collaborating with the Los Padres National Forest to continue development and maintenance of critical strategic field breaks as identified in the forest-wide strategic field break assessment. Again, the network of legacy field breaks across the forest is extensive. The forest has honed that down to a much, much smaller list of critical strategic field breaks, prime example being Caminos Yellow Field Break. With new recent changes in authority across both the state and federal lands, There are efforts to allow state resources to do work on federal lands and federal resources to do work on state lands, where those projects can be collaborative and where they have impact on adjoining lands. We recommend that we plan and implement strategic fuel breaks in SRA lands where needed to meet the goals of the state strategic fire plan. These projects would be limited in scope and minor in comparison to the amount of work we're proposing in communities. But there are some areas where we could see some benefit by having strategic field breaks in our state lands. Again, it is a minor component of our vegetation management plan. And we recommend that we increase the pace and scope of roadside field treatments in high fire hazard areas. And this one is of special importance. We have a vast network of mountain roads across Santa Barbara County, and vegetation management on those roadways typically in the past was performed by various public works, transportation agencies, county fire, Forest Service. When we look at our large fires, many of them have started on the roads. Vehicles are the #1 cause of wildland fires in our county. And so maintenance of fuels along roadways pays multiple dividends. And with that, I'll take any other questions that the board has. I want to thank you for sitting through this very long presentation. I hope it was informative.
And we will be taking questions and then go to public comment after a short 10-minute break that I've been being asked for a while. So I appreciate your patience. We'll be a little more patient. We are not going to break for lunch until after the following item. So we are going to take a 10-minute break right now. Okay, come back for, we're coming back for questions and we're coming back for public comment.
A bite of beef hanging right behind there. This is the action.
We'll reconvene and take some questions and then go to public comments. Supervisor Lavany, no? Nope. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, toward the end, there was, I mean, we talking about, you know, strategic pre-fire, but you know, one thing I just don't want to get lost in this conversation is our air support unit, and it hasn't been mentioned, but I think that's such an important piece of what we have in our arsenal, you might say. We don't have, at least I haven't seen it, but you know, maps of all the fires that have started but have been put out immediately because of our air support unit from the fire department. And I think that's a really important piece of our entire picture. And when we look at strategies, I just really think it's important to ensure that we maintain that, because it's a vital piece of our whole our whole strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good opportunity to reflect upon the mission that CAL FIRE expects us to complete in the county. As a contract county, essentially a CAL FIRE Ranger unit for all intents and purposes, CAL FIRE expects that their Ranger units are able to keep 95% of all initial attack fires 10 acres or less. And we're required to send them ignition points for all of our fires every year, and any perimeter that's over 10 acres we submit, and we include in our unit fire plan updates every year the percentage of fires that we're keeping under 10 acres. For the most part, we've been extremely successful in meeting that target, typically averaging about 96 to 97% of our initial attack fires under 10 acres, except for the last 2 years.
Right.
Where we're falling into the high 80s, obviously reflected in the severe fire seasons that we've had.
Thank you, Rob.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I just was reflecting on the answer and the question, and I just wanted to, I lived about an 1/8 mile from the windmill fire, and were evacuated, and fortunately it was one of the good statistics. People were there within a very short time with all the air support, and it made all the difference. So thank you. And then that leads to, well, what more do we need? I mean, I think we're thinking about the budget and long-term, and is there more in air support that we need? And I guess that was kind of what was behind Supervisor Wolf's question, and then I've got a few of my own.
With regard to air support, Supervisor Hart, we will be discussing in your next meeting on the 16th a request to purchase a newer airframe helicopter. And we are confident that that's going to provide a longer lasting component of our ability to meet those performance measures that Chief Hazard was just referring to. So we're excited about that, and we look forward to talking about it.
And then I had a couple of questions just related to the last slides. And this may be more for P&D than it is for fire, but one of your recommendations is to update our safety element, and I would just like to understand more what are the various pieces of that, what's involved in that, when was it last updated? And then my second question having to do with P&D is a recommendation: support land use policies that encourage and perpetuate agricultural green belts in the wildland-urban interface. So I'd like to know what more we can do with regard to that.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, I'm going to ask Dan Clement to address the safety element provisions. With respect to what more we could do to support agriculture in the urban wildland interface. Particularly on the South Coast, we do have quite a few areas where the zone district is not agriculture, but is resource management, and cultivated agriculture isn't even an allowed use. Orchards are, but they require a minor conditional use permit. So there's a trade-off there as to whether you want to have in these steeper areas of along the urban wildland fire interface, whether you want to have orchard development, and if you do, then there should likely be some rezones that occur so that that's an easier process to undertake. Well, essentially a permit-free process to undertake. Okay.
Other questions? Oh, Mr. Clement, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, members of the board. Yeah, so just to get to some of your specific questions regarding the safety element, what it includes and the history of it. So once again, as Mr. Hazard indicated, the safety element is one of the mandatory comprehensive plan or general plan elements that must be adopted as part of our general plan. And the purpose is to protect communities from unreasonable risks associated with various natural hazards such as fire, flood, seismic events, and now there's a new emphasis on climate change, which I'll get to in a second. It was originally adopted in 1979, so clearly there are sections there that are now obsolete given our changed conditions. I will say that certain sections are actually still applicable. The seismic elements, you know, the geological changes, there aren't changes fast enough to make those sections obsolete, but a number of the other sections do need to be updated. The safety element was republished in 2009, and the last time it was amended was in February 2015 when we were updating our housing element. There were some new requirements that came into effect at that point in time, which required some surgical amendments to the safety element with regard to fire hazards in state responsibility areas, as well as flood hazards. However, that is what is required now is much more robust, and that was really driven by your board's adoption of the hazard mitigation plan, which Mr. Hazard also discussed. You adopted that in 2017, and the government code says that now what we must do with our safety element is update it to address climate change, adaptation, and resiliency. And there's some very specific requirements in the government code now which set forth what we need to address. So very similar to what we've already been doing with our coastal resiliency project with regard to vulnerability mapping and assessments, and then developing policy objectives, and then policies that would apply to new developments that would be proposed in the county, and then also identify programs and actions that the county can undertake to further address the hazards associated with fire, and then the other hazards addressed in the safety element update. With that said, I don't know if Supervisor Hartman, particularly any other specific questions you have with regard to the safety element, what we're going to be doing. Just one other thing I would like to state is that we have applied for a hazard mitigation grant to update specifically the vulnerability assessments aspect of our safety element update. That is pending review right now. We'll know about whether or not we've been rewarded the grant in February, but that money would be then applied to, once again, the vulnerability assessment, which then informs our climate adaptation policies and policies to address these specific hazards identified in the safety element.
And Supervisor Hartman has a follow-up.
Oh, it's a lot to get my mind around what you just said.
Sorry.
So I'm thinking of the long-range planning work plan that comes up in the budget cycle, and is this in there, or are we getting this in different pieces, or how does the board next get this issue and make some decisions about it?
Sure.
The safety element specifically.
Sure. Chair Williams, Supervisor Hartman, so this is already part of our work program. The safety element update is anticipated to be an approximately 2-year project. I'm happy to say as of next week we will be fully staffed and we will have a project manager to kick off the safety element update in earnest. We've already been working on certain aspects of it, mainly related to the grant application. But once again, it's going to be a multi-year project. The first year, roughly, is going to be spent on developing that vulnerability assessment, retaining technical consultants to do mapping and other advisory actions for us to help us scope this out. We will also be conducting public outreach at that time, and then that will all culminate in a good, solid project description at the end of the first year, such that we could then commence with the environmental review under CEQA, and then ultimately get that back to your board at the end of the second year for an up or down vote. So.
Supervisor Adam?
Yeah, we keep talking about these green belts like they're something that should be there, but it's not. And I think we got to really look at all that country that doesn't have green ag production on it right now, because I think there's a reason besides the zoning, like lack of water or too much, too steep or whatever, that those aren't there. So I think somebody would have put it there already if it was easy.
Though, I mean, in some places it's the property values and the fact that the world has moved on. You know, in the Montecito foothills, for example, there used to be a significant amount of ag production that's no longer there.
Now it's houses we go to
Right. Any other questions before we move to public comment? Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 9 requests to speak on this item. We're going to begin in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Renee O'Neill. Andy?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. I don't know if they have an overhead on there. This is a California map for beginners. If you can see that Santa Barbara County and Ventura, their new designated name is usually on fire. And that's not a good thing to be known by, but it certainly is accurate. And as the slide, page 18 indicated, we basically have dealt with 1/10 of 1% of the land that's been burned. So in other words, instead of us controlling burns, we've had out-of-control burns on over 99.99% of the land in our area. I think special attention needs to be paid to Chief Peterson's opening statement that the quote-unquote environmentalists walked away from the process, but County Fire and the public can't afford to do so. I think they need to be called out. I think you also need to pay close attention on SB 1260, which is either page 23 or 92 of your handout. It's in the appendix. Section 184483A. She put a poison pill in here that basically coincides with the letters from the eggheads you got from UCSB in your file. Namely, this is what it says: prescribed burning, mastication, herbicides, mechanical thinning, or other vegetative treatments of chaparral and sage grub shall occur only if the department finds that the activity will not cause type conversion. Well, Newsbreak, Hannibeth, Jackson, Chaparral guys, Forest Watch, we need type conversion because this coastal sage scrub is killing us literally. These people need to be held accountable for basically thinking we can keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. The County Fire Department has given you an excellent menu of options. We were disappointed that now that we're into our next rainy season, we don't have direction. We don't have firm commitment. You didn't schedule this to adopt action today, even though they've given you these recommendations. Why is that? Why is it that now with another storm approaching this week, we don't have nets in place? We don't have bigger debris basins in place above Montecito. We wish you would take the urgency of mitigating future impacts from flood events in Montecito and future fire throughout this with the same urgency you took on cannabis legislation. Finally, we're afraid that when Chief Peterson goes and or when the debris flow fades into our memory, there's going to be like the last 40 to 50 years that this becomes a back burner item, literally. Perhaps the next chief should be picked based on their ability, commitment, and actual experience of getting these projects done. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Renee O'Neill. Then we're going to return to Santa Barbara with Paul Van Leer.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I want to thank all the fire agencies that are participating in this pre-fire prevention plan. It's long overdue. I want to speak to something Supervisor Hartman mentioned, and it brought to mind how critical it is to have, quote, accountability for not only a prescribed fire maybe going out of control, but more importantly, for the organizations like Fire Forest Watch that shut down a critical project in Tepesquay community in 2007. In 2007, the U.S. Forest Service was doing a prescribed burn. They started phase 1 of the Tepesquay Fuels Reduction Treatment Project. They weren't able to finish it. They were doing this prescribed burn in the winter, so they had to wait for proper conditions. But thankfully, just the small amount they were able to accomplish before being shut down by Forest Watch prevented the La Brea fire in 2008 from annihilating our community. The La Brea fire was caused by a cannabis grower on the Sierra Madre Ridge area of the forest. That's north of the Buckhorn Ridge, and Tepesquay is south of those areas. So in regard to accountability, I am all for prescribed burns under the right conditions, in the right circumstances, and winter burns seem to be very successful in Tepesquay Canyon. The other thing I want to remind people of is this isn't something, prescribed burns that have occurred in recent history. The Chumash Indians used to do this on a regular basis historically, and they would burn their villages every 3 to 5 years, and which would promote a healthier forest growth and understory for the native animals that they hunted, and created a much healthier habitat. Now, we can't pick up our villages and move in this modern age, but we can still do what I feel was a very wise thing to do, and that's continue to keep the brush under control. And this also, getting rid of these huge loads of fuel will help with our drought situation, because we will have fewer loads of material that are drawing water from the land. The last thing I want to say, if I can get this in 20 seconds, is we in Tepesquay are aware of the range land management team of people that have done prescribed burns on their properties for lots of years, like Roy Smith and folks out there. We really would like to be a part of that. A lot of people in our community have wanted to be a part of that, but we're not cattle ranchers, so therefore we don't qualify. I don't know if there's any way that we could somehow form some kind of a group or attach ourselves to that organization. We border a lot of that land and cattle land ranches out there, and would love to have prescribed burns in that too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Van Leer, to be followed by Andy Mills.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow supervisors. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm speaking on my own behalf. First, I want to thank Chief Peterson and Chief Hazard for the great presentation and doing this. This is something that's way overdue. We should have been talking about this many years ago. It's unfortunate we have to talk about it now because of all these devastating fires. Rob, if you could put the map up that showed the lines there, the blue lines and the yellow and in your ass, please. Yeah, that one right there. So you know, Chief Hazard talked about the purple areas there. I think it amounted to 260 acres. I would hope that you would support, NPD would support any opportunity that they could as far as expediting any permits to make that happen. That's a very small piece of the puzzle. And again, if there's anybody in that property owner in that area that want to promote and establish an orchard in there which would do the same thing as prescribed in the rest of it, I would hope that you would expedite that permit process as a public entity. I mean, you're protecting the whole Goleta Valley here with these kind of a situation. 260 acres is very minor. Additional orchards into those areas, very minor. It's the big purpose which you're going to achieve out of that. And then my own personal ask, the blue lines you see, the vertical lines, there's two there. There's the Divide Peak, and the other one's, they call it Horseshoe, I call it Windy Gap. And there's one other one further away up on the map, it's Refugio, and that's in SRA lands. The Divide Peak and the Windy Gap, mostly in Forest Service. I would hope you could do anything you could to promote helping them achieve that, putting those lines in, working with their Forest Service partners. Those are key elements for protecting communities and stopping those big fires. The Refugio one, which is off the map, mostly that's in private lands in SRA, but it's also in Forest Service. But those two lines right there you're looking at, that Divide Peak, if that was in place, I'm not going to speak for the fire department, but I'm pretty sure that would have made a big difference, maybe possibly doing something with that Thomas fire. You can't put those in a day. It takes days and days and days. It should be put in and it should be maintained always. Same with the Windy Gap. Those are just strategic plans that should turn yellow and not be blue. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Andy Mills, to be followed by Lee Moldaver.
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. My name is Andy Mills with the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association. Our association enthusiastically supports the plan and all of its recommendations. They are sensible and they are responsible from both a public safety standpoint and an environmental standpoint. We would like to point out one serious concern that we have, which is a barrier to implementing some of the most important components of the plan, and that is the seemingly endless in limbo status of the statewide programmatic EIR for the vegetation treatment program. So we would urge you to send a letter to the appropriate state agency to get this document certified as soon as possible. It's been at least 5 years. It's way overdue, and we need that programmatic EIR to implement some of these important steps that the fire department is recommending. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Moldaver, to be followed by Rebecca August.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Lee Moldaver, speaking today as a longtime private citizen. I want to thank Chief Peterson and Chief Hazard for their draft report and their presentation today, and for hosting conversations with a wide variety of community and civic groups to try to build understanding. And I'm here to support the staff recommendations that you've heard today for item number 4, especially the conversation about the safety element and bringing it up to date. I think an important thing implicit in Supervisor Hartman's earlier question about the role of the insurance industry in making sure that at-risk sites are either properly designed or not put at risk in the first place is something that Mr. Gazzoni and his predecessors have briefed the board on. But I think in an era of climate change and perpetual drought is worth considering again, and that is under the Rehnquist court, there was a famous California decision called the Glendale Church. and that was when Justice Thomas and Justice Scalia were new to the court. And they ruled that protecting private property rights is actually more important, all things being equal, than protecting public health and safety, even when the health and safety had to do with small children or people with disabilities who were using a campground in the Inland Empire that happened to be, as it turned out, inside the 50-year floodplain. It was repeatedly getting washed away in heavy storms. And that means that very often you'll have your flood control agency, your emergency services agency, your fire agency looking at the map and the zoning code for the county and privately saying, no one should ever be allowed to build a residence in this spot. But when someone comes in with a realtor with stars in their eyes and $1 million view of the mountains or the ocean, because of the advice of the county council's office and their counterparts in every community around the United States, they're told, no, you can't say you can't build anything there. All that you can do is refer them to the maps that show the flood zone and the earthquake fault zone and the fire zone, and encourage them to think carefully about it. And as we go through this again with the safety element and the proposal today, that all devolves from the Rehnquist court, from the Glendale Church case, and it's still the law of the land today. So hope you approve today's thing, and good luck with the other improvements to protect our safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca August, to be followed by Bryant Baker.
Chairman Williams and members of the board, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rebecca August. I'm a public lands advocate with Forest Watch, Los Padres Forest Watch. We represent 15,000 local members and supporters. I was in our office in Santa Barbara when I got the evacuation alert for the windmill fire, which ignited grass on my next door neighbor's ranch in Buellton this summer. By the time I reached the road to my house, it was closed, and I was not able to evacuate my dogs and cats, not to mention the horses. When I say that I'm grateful to the brave men and women who risked their lives to fight fire, including whomever was flying the DC-10s in impossible circles over my house, and for the nights that the firefighters spent in front of my mailboxes, which was several, watching over our neighborhood and making sure that we were safe, I could not be more sincere. They were my heroes when I lived in New York City, and they're my heroes now. One of the most difficult things I've faced this year is the false rhetoric that environmental groups care more about a patch of bushes or a lizard than the lives of firefighters and the lives of folks like myself who live in the wildland-urban interface. The windmill fire had something in common with many of this year's fires. It was a fast-moving grass fire. Fast-moving grass fire is redundant. When the chaparral burns too often or is grazed, it converts to grass, which catches fire easier and spreads fire faster. Firefighters were able to access the fire and fight it from our community roads, which we keep mown, as well as the farm road, which is also maintained. Forest Watch supports the maintenance of vegetation along roads in and around communities. Also, the department was quick to respond to the fire. Pre-positioning equipment and teams is another of the fire mitigation measures we support, and I applaud the department and the county for doing so this year. I mentioned that I'm from New York. When I bought my house 18 years ago, I did not know that I was moving to a fire-prone area. I never heard of a WUI. The fact that it was built, that my house was built with fire-safe materials did not impress me, nor the fact that many of my neighbors' homes were not. Firefighters have visited my house many years to tell me that I'm late in cutting my grass, which I'm super grateful for. I think it's amazing. In fact, the first time I answered the door with my bathrobe on, and I was shocked. But they have never suggested that I clean out my gutters or cut back the trees away from my home. Even working with Forest Watch and thinking so much about fire this year, I never thought to make an evacuation plan for my family or how and where to move my animals to safety. We can do a lot more to ensure that homes are fire safe and make sure that people and their pets survive a wildfire. Studies show that the most effective way to protect property and people, including firefighters, is to focus on the home and on communities. More can be done to help communities organize and to develop plans for evacuating themselves and their pets, as well as to address ignition sources and to make sure that firefighters have the best available tools. Again, I can't tell you how much I respect the work you do, and thank you, and I can't thank you enough for protecting my family, my animals, and my friends.
Our next speaker is Bryant Baker, to be followed by Ray Smith.
Chair Williams, members of the board, my name is Bryant Baker. I have a master's in environmental, soil, and water science, and I'm the conservation director of Los Padres Forest Watch, a local nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting the Los Padres National Forest and other lands throughout the region. Forest Watch has long been an advocate of smart, targeted vegetation removal as a strategy to mitigate the impacts of wildfire on our local communities. For example, we are enthusiastic supporters of smart, defensible space immediately around structures, which many scientific studies have shown to be effective in reducing the chance of structure ignition during wildfires. We have also strongly advocated for other science-based approaches to protecting life and property, such as curbing new development in dangerous, fire-prone areas, making existing homes more fire-safe, preventing human-caused ignitions, providing firefighters with better early detection and attack resources, and improving early warning and evacuation systems for people and their animals. These strategies have been shown by fire scientists to be some of the most effective steps we can take to protect our communities. And we should therefore be devoting as much time and resources or more to employing these methods as we do for vegetation treatments. I agree these issues should not be controversial. I agree with that because these issues should be science-based, the way we approach them. The gentleman from Santa Maria, his comments earlier, I think show the disparaging remarks against the scientists who provided input to the board on some of these issues today and expressed deep concerns with some of the vegetation treatments being proposed. I think that those disparaging remarks show how this process has not been and is still not conducive to getting scientific input on these issues. These are scientists in our area, scientists at UCSB, scientists in other areas in Southern California who have dedicated their lives studying for decades, studying the chaparral that grows around our region, studying how fire moves and spreads and starts. These are people who we should be listening to, not alienating. With all that said, there are some types of vegetation treatment that simply just do not have a place in chaparral-dominated landscapes. One such treatment is prescribed fire. There are virtually no peer-reviewed scientific studies that support prescribed fire as an effective management practice to reduce the risk or severity of wildfire in chaparral and coastal sage scrub. These are the dominant vegetation communities in our area, by the way. Like I mentioned, you've received many letters from chaparral fire ecologists and fire scientists from around the region regarding this exact issue, prescribed fire and some other vegetation management techniques. And they've expressed concerns about these. Not only has prescribed fire been shown to be an ineffective treatment in chaparral and coastal sage scrub, but it has also been shown to be an activity that can have detrimental effects on these native ecosystems. Overly frequent fire that occurs more than once every 30 to 150 years, is contributing to the replacement of native shrubs with exotic, highly flammable grasses and weeds. These plants dry out earlier in the year, provide high probability ignition zones throughout the area, and spread wildfire more quickly across the landscape. Remember, nearly all of these fires are from human-caused ignitions in grass that usually spreads to chaparral. And we should be doing everything we can, vegetation treatment or otherwise, to ensure that we're not replacing our native shrubs with plants that are exotic, invasive, and are more conducive to wildfire spread. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ray Smith, to be followed by Lawrence Bond, who is our final speaker.
And just Williams and members of the board.
Ray, before you start, I guess the last speaker prompted a question in me that I don't feel like I need an answer today because we're not for action today, but I do feel like I need an answer, which is that if there is efficacy to places that have burned as old as 20 years, and that if areas that where fuel breaks were maintained by every 15 to 20 years of prescribed burns in that area, I want to understand why that wouldn't be better for the ecology than regular emergency-oriented dozier lines. You know, to me, that's sort of like one of the basic questions I have in all of this debate. If a prescribed burn is only every 15 years, let's say, that seems to me to mimic much more of the natural processes and also create fuel breaks. And so I want to understand what the conclusion of science around this is for that kind of frequency of burns. And I don't need an answer today. It's not for action, but that's one of the things that I'm trying to get my head around, because that seems to me at a gut level more effective strategy, but I'm not a scientist in this area. Sorry, Ray, we're not going to penalize time.
Well, let me give an ad-lib answer to that. Excellent question, and I'm a scientist. Thank you. I'm Ray Smith. I'm chair of the Mission Canyon Association's Fire Committee. I've been authorized by our board of directors to speak of and encourage you to strongly support the Fuels Management and Community Defensible Space Program proposed by County Fire and their state and federal collaborators. For more than 7 decades, the Mission Canyon Association has been working to promote fire protection, fire-wise education, and environmental awareness within our canyon. We developed the first community wildfire protection plan within Santa Barbara County. These plans provide strategies to mitigate wildfire risk and maintain healthier, more resilient ecosystems while protecting life and property. Our first CWPP permitted us to successfully obtain Fire Safe Council grants. The creation of community defensible space and fuel treatments enabled by this grant funding is credited for providing space for firefighters to defend and save dozens of homes within our canyon during the Hesesita fire. After the Hesesita fire, our CWPP was updated to reflect that fire experience. Subsequently, our association has worked with County Fire to continue to educate our community regarding defensible space and homeowners' responsibilities with respect to fire hardening their homes. In addition, our CWTP was a template for County Fire's fuel management project committed in 2014 in our canyon, and more recent work clearing roadways for safer ingress and egress from our canyon during emergencies. We know that wildfires and subsequent debris flows know no jurisdictional boundaries. Consequently, the effort to develop a South Coast foothill community defensible space zone using existing ag green belts, areas of natural light fuels, and targeted fuel treatments where necessary is, in our association's view, an outstanding proposal. I would note that we're a little bit of an orange space in there among the purple. And we know that the jurisdictional boundaries don't count, and we'd be really happy to see those purple areas turn to orange in the near future. The Mission Canyon Association strongly supports the fuel management and community defensible space program proposed by County Fire, by Chief Peterson and Rob Hazard, and we thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Lawrence Bond. Is there a Lawrence Bond here? We have no further speakers.
And to the board, we brought up a lot of issues. Mr. Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question that was brought up during public comment. Grass fire versus chaparral fire. Would you care to weigh in just kind of as a fire position on that?
I'll weigh in from a fire suppression standpoint. Grass fires are much easier for us to suppress. We have consistently and I would say scientifically, since we're basing this on actual fire occurrence and our ability to achieve the state mission of keeping 95% of all fires under 10 acres, Where we fight fires in grass, we consistently meet that mark. And as our fire history map of the county showed, in our broad grass and live oak vegetation areas, we have very little history of fires that exceed 100 acres. Typically, they're 1 acre or less. In chaparral-dominated field beds, we have extensive large fire history. This is not for lack of trying to put these fires out. We've expended considerable resources, time, energy, and lives attempting to control wildfire in chaparral field beds. So in my opinion, in terms of resistance to control, it is not correct to say that grass field type is more dangerous than a chaparral field type when you're looking at the impact on wildland firefighters. We lose far more firefighters fighting chaparral fires and timber fires than grass fires. It is very rare to find fatalities in grass fires. In the 1980s, the Forest Service released a list of common denominators for fatality and near-risk fires, and they included fires in deceptively light fuels can lead to fatalities. And at the time, that was based on several significant events that had occurred, and it was to prevent firefighters from letting their guard down, because the one component of light grass fuels is that fires react very quickly in those fuels. However, overwhelmingly, grass fires are easier to control because of reduced flame length and reduced intensity at the fire front. Additionally, grass fires typically do not create embers. They are receptors of embers, but they do not generate embers. So consequently, large grass fires that burn across the landscape will typically have low incidence of structure loss. Chaparral fires and timber fires generate extreme volumes of embers, which are the primary reason that we lose structures in a wildland fire, is the ember storm that precedes the flame front.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering if another item that came up in public comment, that maybe this is for Diane, but the statewide EIR, how do we comment on that? Or what's the, I mean, if it's been out there for 5 years, what do we need? I was going to say, what do we need to do to light a fire under it? But that's probably the wrong term today. How do we jump in on this?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Lavanino, if that EIR has been out there for 5 years, I assume it's been certified, but I don't know.
I think it's gone through several revisions, and I think it's right on the cusp of certification.
So we'd have to look into public comment and see what, if any, opportunity we have. I don't know if the fire department has independently commented on it either, but we can certainly look into it.
Thank you.
County Fire did provide comment in the last iteration, and I believe it's awaiting certification. It's been described in the legislation that was recently passed as, when certified, it would direct CAL FIRE's actions regarding prescribed fire and vegetation treatment projects.
Okay. All right. I have comments, but no more questions. I don't know. Okay.
We've done round robin a couple times. I think maybe it would be good for us to.
Okay. Well, I really just wanted to thank all the agencies, and you know, you weren't called upon for a lot of questions, but I do appreciate you being here, and especially want to thank Chief Peterson. I've been talking to him about this issue for quite a while with Tepiscay. Obviously, in your open, it was very personal for you, this last fire, and I know that this is would have been very easy for you to push off and let the next fire chief deal with it, but I think there's some freedom in being able to express yourself and maybe say some things that it's a little freer to say when the doors, the goalpost is right over there. So, you know, for me, it's always been that I've been always hearing about when I'm watching these, the back and forth is that we need to strike a balance between public safety and also protecting the environment. I think that one chart, the Pac-Man chart, the pie chart, page 18, showed that there really hasn't been much of a balance. It's the numbers show that the scales have really been more on the side of protecting the environment than protecting homes and lives and our firefighters. So I'm glad to see this report. I think with all due respect to Forest Watch and their scientists, I'm going to go ahead and take my recommendations from the guys that have to put on the gear and go and stand out there, and they're the line between us and a fire. What I'm really concerned about is, you know, there's some recommendations in here, but we really don't have any hard action. And I'd really, you know, like to see, I think the pre-planning things that we can do, that we can be proactive about, especially with fuel breaks in strategic areas. I saw a map from back in the 50s, and the whole area was really kind of mapped out of, there were quite a bit more fuel breaks than there are now. But I mean, I understand we have those purple lines, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that we move forward on those. But I hope that's the most strategic and the best way to protect your guys in the future. I also do want to say, like with Supervisor Wolf, that our air support unit doesn't need to get lost in this as well. You know, that quick response and limiting those fires to under 10 acres is critical. So I just appreciate all that you brought forward, and I hope this board moves forward with recommendations and some strong action to better protect ourselves in the future.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, that was a really great, if long, really great presentation, and I think everybody in the county should thank you for that. You know, we go through, it seems like we kind of go through the same litany all the time, and you know, from my perspective, being involved in control burns back in the 80s, and you know, just being in agriculture and aware of this fire as a management tool, and understanding how it works, this all of the above strategy is the preferred alternative. You know, you can't maybe do control burns up against an urban interface. It's not appropriate. But other places, you know, and I was figuring out our 55 miles of previous fire intersections on page 33. If you just call that 100 feet wide, that's 660 acres. So if you're, you know, in that 500 to 1,000 acre range as a target every year, and you kind of move that around and have 660 acres or, you know, 1,000 acres developed someplace, there's you know, new edges that you can create all the time, and then you can have a mosaic of growth ages, and you know, wherever, if you disperse that all over the place, then no fire is going to get away and get too big. And I think that was the lesson of the Thomas fire, is just don't let it get to be 280,000 acres in one spot that has to burn, because when it does, you can't put it out. And then you know, if you think the smoke's bad with a 1,000 acre burn, wait till it burns 280,000 acres. So, you know, that's pretty much what I want to say. Is I want to see this come back with recommendations of specific items or specific treatments in specific places for an all of the above strategy, and you know, try and mitigate our risk in a multiplicity of ways, and that way, you know, as you said, not all things are effective at all times. And so if you can capitalize on something that you did 5 years ago even, or 15 years ago, then, you know, that's, you don't know when you're going to collect the dividends from something like that. So you just got to do them all as you can, and understanding we couldn't do everything if we wanted to all at once. So if you don't start and just keep chipping away at it in a reasonable way, then you'll never catch up. And then, you end up with something like Thomas Fire. So anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really do appreciate this presentation. Thank you, Chief and Rob. You did a really good job. And to all the folks behind you and maybe over here too. This is a little hard for me. It shouldn't be, but it is because, you guys, most of you, maybe all of you know that, and I look at these numbers, back in 1990 in the Painted Cave Fire, there were 673, I didn't realize it was that many, structures damaged or destroyed, and my home was one of those that we lost everything in that fire. And my 3 kids at that time were young, all under the age of 10. And when I hear, as one of our speakers talked about, false rhetoric or pitting groups or a group, in this case environmentalists, against safety experts, it's really disheartening for me because I think what we all know is that we don't want this to happen, and we don't want this to devolve into 2 different camps. This is obviously an issue where we should all be coming together, and I really think at the heart of this that is what everyone wants. And I appreciate Supervisor Adam, what he said. All of the above strategy, and I think that point was made very well by you, Rob. That it depends on the strategy will depend on the location, the anticipated winds, the topography, and every strategy. The strategy is going to be different. So, I just. I want us to take care of each other. I want us to be thoughtful as we move forward. And I am, my 12 years on the board, I've been so impressed by every fire chief that we've had. And I know sometimes I've really bugged Eric a lot about not just calling him on the phone at sometimes midnight, and we'll go out to Zaka when there's a fire, but it wasn't the Zaka fire. I can't even remember what fire it is. But I guess my point is, from Eric on down the line, I've learned so much about fire science. Frankly, when I got on the board, I didn't know there was such a thing as fire science, and I've learned a lot. Wind-driven fires, and I know, Eric, there's another kind of fire that you told me about that's not wind-driven, and I can't remember the name right now. But you folks are just a wealth of information, and I am so appreciative of the time that you've taken to teach me and to educate me, and the times that you've put your lives on the line. It just doesn't go without notice. We're all extremely appreciative, and we know that you're there to keep us safe. I just want to re-stress the importance of enforcement in our community, and as Supervisor Hartman said, hopefully that if you need additional resources, that comes to the board. And yeah, I also recall the hotshot teams, and I just want to make sure that those hotshot teams are, as I understand it, that they're not year-round right now, and I don't know if that's something that you folks need to look at. So that's another issue. Also, the air support unit is vital. In the Painted Cave fire, I will just say, I saw the fire start as it looked like just a little smokestack. And I think if we had helicopters back then, or air support, it would have taken that fire out. But once the winds whipped up, and I think I don't know how many miles it traveled numerous miles to get to my house because we live in the foothills, and it was the wind that drove that fire, and I would never have expected any of our fire personnel to be in the middle of that fire because it was too dangerous. And the fact that we lost one person was one person too many, but it is a miracle that more people weren't lost in that fire. So I think the personal safety of our firefighters and the personal safety of residents is the highest priority. So having lost our house, it could have been much worse. It's just stuff. We came out okay. My kids came out okay. Supervisor Hartman brought up insurance. That's a big part for people. Also, dealing with insurance companies and making sure that people are insured to the degree that they need to be, because that helps people recover so that they can get their lives back on track. But I guess I'm just going to return to where I started, and that is that we all need to work together to keep our community safe. Rhetoric against different groups is not helpful, and sometimes it's damaging. And so I'm going to have to recuse myself from the next item, which is so frustrating because my home is in the area that's going to be discussed, and I would have loved to have been part of that discussion, but I won't be. And so I just hope the tenor of all of our discussions is that people are well respected, and we can get to a point, again, where we can do all of the above strategy, as Mr. Adams, Supervisor Adam pointed out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Let me start first with a question, and that has to do with Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, Mesa Oaks in the Burton Mesa area. And I think that is an extreme risk, and I just wonder what our plans are going forward there.
So CAL FIRE recently, within this week, released a notice that their state responsibility area fire prevention program grants are going to be released again and open for submittal. So the intention of County Fire is to submit an application for grant funding to complete targeted community defensible space treatments immediately surrounding the homes adjacent to the Burton Mesa Preserve. The project has already been discussed with the state land managers that oversee activities on the Burton Mesa Preserve. Several years ago, a Burton Mesa land management plan was developed that describes certain activities and mitigations to preserve environmental concerns where field treatments are undertaken. And so we're in those discussions with the preserve. Should the grant funding be awarded, then we would utilize our hand crew, which, to reiterate, the hand crew, in addition to the air support unit, is a vital component of not only our fields management program, but of our wildland fire suppression capabilities in general. So the hand crew is a robust crew. It's traveled throughout the state in the last couple of years, going to CAL FIRE incidents and Forest Service incidents, and has become an extremely well-respected resource throughout the state. We would utilize the hand crew to complete that project, similar to what we did in Mission Canyon. In terms of the time frames, we would probably be using that crew when fire season begins to ebb in the fall. They typically are released for a month or two. They're all mostly extra help employees, and then they come back in the early spring and are reemployed to do that kind of work prior to fire season starting back up.
So would you be developing a community wildfire protection plan there with the community, or just what would the grant fund and what all do we want to do there?
The grant would fund the field treatments that County Fire would go in and analyze for where we wanted to put them. We would conduct fire behavior analysis to determine the most beneficial places to put those field treatments. If we had a community wildfire protection plan, what that would give us we would know before we even put in for the grant funding that we had strong community support for those treatments. So in lieu of a community wildfire protection plan, it simply requires that we do some work on the front end to gather the community together and go over the specifics of the project. So that is the benefit of a CWPP, is you're able to get that community support prior to any grant funding.
And when will you know about, when do they announce the grants?
Literally this week they came out with a notice of intent, and typically they give folks about 30 days to get their applications in, and then probably sometime this late fall we'll know if we're awarded the grant.
Okay, if we are, I'd like to work closely with you in outreach to the community and getting their
outreach would be critical, for sure.
I have a number of comments, so I hope people will bear with me. I think it's important to put this discussion in a larger context, and I start with the fact that the state of California has 10 different bioregions. Our region is the coastal chaparral. It's a Mediterranean climate, one of 5 in the world, extremely precious and rare, and the creatures who live here are well adapted to this amazing area, and it's what draws people, the beautiful climate, but also we live amidst the mountain lions, the coyotes, the bobcats, the badgers. I mean, we want to protect habitat for them. We also want to protect the ecological services that these habitats provide, which is capturing water and preventing flood and erosion and all of that. So that's kind of the baseline where we are. We are in the midst, and we are experiencing very serious consequences from climate change. We used to have a fire season that went from 4 to 6 months. Now it's 12 months a year. In December 2017, we had about 130 million dead trees on Forest Service lands. That number jumped from 3 to 30 million in 1 year, from 2014 to 15, and it doubled the next year to 60 million in 2016. So it's exponential growth, doubling. We did get some precipitation. We're in an extreme drought period, 2012 through 2017, a drought emergency. That was relaxed somewhat in the state as a whole, but not here in Santa Barbara County. These dead trees throughout the Forest Service lands, I was sitting with Tyler Gilliam at Kachuma looking up, a big orange swath. It's not limited to the Sierras. We have it right here. Dead trees dying in Forest Service lands, on state lands, on private lands, on range lands. Oak trees, the branches just falling off. Pine trees not getting water, and the bark beetle comes in. So we have a volatile climate anyway in Mediterranean climates, but we are experiencing climate change, and we have a whole new baseline. For county government, there is no more important issue that we can be dealing with. And we all know it from the heartache that we experienced in Montecito this past year. Our first duty is to figure out how to adapt and adjust to these new conditions, to keep our residents safe, to keep our structures safe. It has tremendous economic implications as well. So there's just no greater duty that we have. So I'm really, this is one of the best presentations and I think you just deserve all the kudos for pulling this information together. But I think our recommendations, we need to work on those because I think they need to be far more robust. I saw what we did with the cannabis ordinance, getting various people, an ad hoc committee of the board, working across departments, coming up with recommendations and an ordinance. And I think we really need to do that with fire and disaster preparedness. And we need to be looking at both what we do pre-staging and what our policies are, and then what we do during and after a disaster. As Rebecca August mentioned, we had the windmill fire in my area. The neighbors are getting together this weekend. But where do we go to learn about everything that we should be doing? I mean, simple things like, defensible space, I think that's pretty clear. But that we should be cleaning our gutters, that maybe we need, I have a 5,000-gallon water tank. I have gel outside my house to put for the firefighters to use. Should I be, as I upgrade my house, should I be getting rid of the wood deck? Should I be putting in metal windows? What are all the things that I can do as an individual, in addition to all the stuff related to evacuation plans, close the windows, close the vents, close the doors. I don't think this information is as widely known, understood, and appreciated. In terms of neighborhoods, we need to get together and look after our neighbors. There are seniors or people who are not mobile. We are putting together something so we know where those people are and who's responsible for reaching out to them in terms if there is a fire. We need different exit routes. Our community has one, so we're bulldozing other areas, so we have, depending on where the fire comes from, we have ways to get out. We've considered mapping. Where are the hydrants, the pools, the water tanks? What can we do to better support the fire trucks? And they have data on their trucks when they come, but what can we do and provide and make that easier? I think communities need to be working on these wildfire protection plans. We need to be looking, as we already are, at the sub-regions. It's very different in South County than it is in the broader coastal plains of North County, and we need to understand those differences. I would like to see us develop a living document that's on the website that addresses all of these things, including the various studies you've put together, but also the different community wildfire protection plans and how they differ and how they're the same, and some of the guiding principles. And I come back to what Supervisor Wolf said. I think we can balance it, and I think these community wildfire protection plans are the way to do it. I'm not sure that we've done it the best way. I think the best way to do these things is to have a facilitator. We don't have that function in our county, and on the community plans, the winery ordinance, various things come forward here, and we're ending up with a process that wasn't really professionally facilitated from the get-go. And if you establish the ground rules, bring in the science and the constraints that you're working under and do that up front, you're going to have a lot less problems at the end. I know this because I've been involved in a number of these successfully. So I'm eager, willing. It is my #1 priority to do whatever I can to push this forward because, again, there is no greater duty that we have as county supervisors.
I think, well, I have one question before I go to comment. My question's about what level of environmental review is typically required when we do this. Usually we get exemptions, correct? I mean, is that and are those exemptions ever challenged in court, and what kind of frequency of the challenge, is there?
Typically, depending on the size of the project, the first thing we'll look at is if it qualifies for an exemption. Typically under minor alterations to land, actions taken to protect the environment, or maintenance of an existing facility. For example, roadside vegetation management falls under an exemption for maintenance of roadways, whether it's cleaning culverts, patching potholes. It's industry standard across the state when Caltrans is mowing road shoulders, when Santa Barbara County Public Works Transportation folks are mowing roadsides, falls under a CEQA exemption. We have projects that are on the books that are probably going to require a higher level of CEQA analysis. Some of our partner agencies have completed mitigated negative declarations for projects. Santa Barbara City specifically created a programmatic EIR for some of their projects. So really, it's dependent on what you're going to do and the scope of the project. In general, most of our projects are limited in scope. The one exception would be prescribed fire, where we use the existing state programmatic environmental impact report, which is the VMP program, which is also known as the Chaparral Management Plan that the state put together in the 1980s, which the VTP would replace once certified.
And have community groups sued over those EIRs? I would imagine that would be the only way that a group could stop that from taking place.
County fire has not been challenged on any project. We've been questioned. Groups have asked us for more information regarding any studies that we've done for our project areas. We keep pretty extensive documents for each project on file, available for any of the public, maps, surveys. When we conduct CEQA analysis of our projects, we follow the guidelines that CAL FIRE requires all of their ranger units to follow. So they have forms and process already created that we simply utilize. A lot of time, energy, and state funds were put together to build their program, and it's obviously applicable to what we're doing in the vegetation management sphere.
Well, that's encouraging. I mean, my experience is that suing over exemptions or M&Ds is pretty easy as it goes, and if people aren't employing that tool, that means there is a certain amount of potential goodwill to try to accomplish this together. And maybe I want to focus my comments on that direction. I think Supervisor Hartman is absolutely correct. Our first and primary mission as a government is to ensure public safety. But I also take a very broad view of public safety. One of the reasons why we are in such a dire circumstances in public safety is because we have not taken care of our environment. And as a society, I'm not just saying about Santa Barbara County, but as a society. And so in this debate about the necessity of rapid action balanced with actions that are responsible for the environment, I do not see this as an impossible conflict. I see that those are difficult to accomplish at once, but they are less difficult if we bring to bear enough resources and enough political will. And what I would hope by the strong words that you've gotten from the Board of Supervisors today is for you to know that the political will to take action is there. And if necessary, that means resources to be able to accomplish that rapidly while still being responsible for our community, our environment, and future generations. And so I encourage you to, in cases where it's just going to take some more bird surveys, or if it's going to take some other elements to do this responsibly and rapidly, let's just do it. Let's get it done. The very fact that CEQA lawsuits haven't been resorted to me is somewhat proof that there is a surprising amount of unanimity and goodwill that something has to take place, even as we argue about how exactly that is to take place.
Supervisor Williams, if I may, one amendment to my comment. Our federal land partners, the Los Padres National Forest, have had lawsuits either threatened or realized against some of their vegetation management plans. So I just wanted to qualify that. They undertake a much larger land management responsibility, given that it's public land, and the scope of their projects far exceeds what County Fire does, given the enormity of the task at hand for them. So I just want to make sure you understand that that has factored into some of their project decisions in the past.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, I just hate to have that characterized as goodwill. You know, it's the guys who have to go out and step into the flames or get real near them that, you know, are telling us, and they're the professionals in this capacity, and, you know, above all else, you know, and this is something I wrote down earlier, but I just didn't get to it in my earlier comments. One of the things that got said early on was property's secondary to life, and your lives are the most important thing, at least to this supervisor, and I don't think anybody's going to differ with me on that up here. You know, we don't want to see anybody get hurt, and we don't want to see any resident get hurt. But you know, it's a little different character when we tell somebody to evacuate and they don't. When you guys sign up to go into the flames and pull somebody out, and you don't come back, that's a really bad day. And so I think, you know, when we characterize that as goodwill, you know, we're just not getting sued and that's goodwill. I think that's, you know, you have to have a hierarchy of priority, and top priority is making sure these guys all come home every night, understanding that, you know, at some point somebody won't. I mean, we all know that. I mean, my kid ran an excavator into a high power line yesterday, so we were really happy to have him come home last night too. You know, stuff happens all the time, and whether it's on a farm or in a fire station, things happen to, or anywhere else for that matter, things happen to us, and you know, life is suffering, and that's part of it. But you know, the other part is, you know, don't be stupid. And you know, if there's things that we're being told to do, especially repeatedly, I mean, there's a lot of this stuff that people have been talking about for years and years and years. And you know, we've had a long fight about this stuff, but you know, at this point, I'll tell you what, if we don't learn our lesson, our collective societal lesson from the Thomas Fire, then we're just being stupid, you know? And there's a part of me that says, you know, I'm in the 4th District, you know, almost none of my people are really at risk, and if people want to accept more risk down here to save whatever it is they're trying to save, okay. But not really. You know, there's another much larger part of me that says I can't really say that, because I represent everybody in this county, and there's plenty of people that I'm sure can get that hierarchy of priority people before whatever all else, and so I have to represent them too. But so I just wanted to say that.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I'm struggling to think about how we move from the list of recommendations just to consider to how we move to developing a more comprehensive plan and teeing this up for budget workshops. One thing I'd like to know a little more about is the Fire Safe Council and what it does and how it could play a bigger role and what we can do to support that.
Supervisor Hartman, the Fire Safe Council in Santa Barbara County is an active group. They meet the third Thursday of every month at the EOC. And there's a number of members of that group. There's a board of directors. County Fire, myself, sits on that board, along with some representatives from Montecito Fire, Carp-Summerlin Fire. We advocate fire safety, public education, typically put on educational programs every month to cover a topic that's related to wildland fire risk reduction. The council has recently begun to engage in a more active role in terms of applying for grants. And the next topic that the board will be presented, the San Marcos Pass Eastern Goleta Valley Mountainous Area Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Should it be adopted this March, it would be eligible for grant funding. The grant was awarded, and the funding is pending the approval of the CWPP. The Fire Safe Council also in the past received grant funding that covered community chipping projects and educational programs, specifically the Mountain Residents radio show that consistently delivers fire safety messages to the community. So it's an active group, and one of the goals of County Fire is to increase the presence of that group, increase the membership of the group, and make it a more active partner in this process that we're all talking about, because it really should be a citizen-driven group that can bridge the gap between, for example, fire agencies and communities, residents and homeowners groups and whatnot.
Well, I think that's something important to think about. I also think that with land use and the safety element, and that this crosses different departments. It's not, I mean, obviously fire is the lead, but it involves building, it involves landscape, it involves so many different areas that both communities and agencies, and so again, I'm really puzzling on how to take the next step here. But clearly, we need, for budget, we need more inspectors, we need more road clearing, we need the fire support, we need money for more community plan development, and I think facilitation, and I think we need a website that pulls a lot of this together, so it's easy for different neighborhood associations to go through a template and figure out what is it we're supposed to be doing, how do we begin to do it, and CERT training as well. So that's where I would like to go. I just don't know how to get there, and maybe the weekly meeting with the CEO will be one avenue forward.
Sue? Sure, if you want to answer that. Okay. That's a good tee off, I guess, to my point is that, and why I use the word goodwill. If in county areas we have never been stopped by a CEQA lawsuit, then we can't just logically just blame a couple environmental groups and say that's why it hasn't happened. The answers are more complicated than that. We live in a more complex world these days than we can't just roll out there and light up the foothills, right? But just because we live in a more complex world where it takes more money, more resources, and a greater political will to accomplish a significant amount of higher degree of safety, it should not stop us from doing that. And that's why I'm glad we're having the discussion today. But it is an easy answer to just blame it on a few people. It's a more, to me, substantive answer to say, these are the steps, these are the resources, these are the actions that we need to pursue. And that list that you gave at the end is a good start. But I, like Supervisor Hartman, I am very interested in what it would take from a resource perspective for us to increase the safety of the community in a more rapid fashion than we've been able to do in the past. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think we could just go on and on in this discussion. You know, I think one of the things, obviously people have a right to bring a lawsuit or, and I think in some cases, one that I know of, there was a settlement that was reached. So I don't think we need to necessarily be, maybe it's because my husband's a lawyer, but it doesn't really scare me to hear the word lawsuit. Sometimes there's a reason for it, and sometimes there's an opportunity to bring awareness and consciousness to an issue, be it environmental or not. And I think some of the issues that have been brought forward by Forest Watch have also given us an opportunity to hear both sides, but it goes back to that whole issue of balance. I was going to make a motion to move forward with the recommended items, but before I did, I would be remiss in not acknowledging Ted Adams, who's in the audience today. He served on the Goleta Valley, the Eastern Goleta Valley PAC, really as a representative of the Painted Cave, Rosario Park, and Trout Club area, and his input was extremely significant in the PACs coming together and moving forward on the Goleta Community Plan. And they spent time talking about processing requirements and permitting requirements and the issues that are related to fire and safety issues. So thank you, Ted, for your dedication and for being here today. So if I could, Mr. Chair, and I know that you folks will move forward and get more into the nitty-gritty on all of this, but I'm going to recommend that the Board of Supervisors accept item A, which is receiving the informational update, et cetera, and determine that these proposed actions are administrative and don't involve a commitment to any specific project, et cetera.
I'll second. Did the CEO want to?
I think that the motion is fine. I just was speaking to the department about what would be helpful as far as further board direction. I've heard a lot from all of you individually on the dais today, and it'll be really up to myself, the chief's successors who are, and his existing staff to come back with you with what our ideas are after listening to this conversation. And I think we can do that.
And I'll just add that I have great degree of confidence if we keep Mr. Hazard in charge of this, that we will move forward, and that we will be confronted with the choices to move forward. Mr. Adam.
Well, I was just going to say that I was hoping that we could include something more specific in here, or at least get some instructions from the board to come back with some specific items to do, create at least a suggested to-do list, if not.
How about a work plan like we do with planning and development, maybe coming back with a work plan the early part of next year on implementation, review and implementation.
So you're amending your motion?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
And I agree to that.
The best.
And I'd like to see it cross-department.
With other departmental input as appropriate.
Those are some complications, but I think needed and well received under the circumstances. So I am still seconding it. So is there any other debate? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And as has been highlighted, we'll take our final open session item, Mr. Bozanich. And unfortunately, Supervisor Wolf has to recuse herself, so I'm sure she'll be listening in the other room intently.
Yes. I think we have to hear the item, and then I'll do my formal recusal.
Chair
Thank
Williams
you, Mr. Chair.
and Members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself on the advice of council because my home is within the CWPP area. Thank you. Actually, it was a constituent recommendation. Well, why don't you be more specific, Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair and Supervisors, this results from a question Supervisor Wolf raised, and Supervisor Wolf had gone to the Fair Political Practices Commission announcing that through an abundance of caution she planned to recuse so that that would not be a distractor for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan in her district based on her home being inside the footprint of the proposed CWPP.
And I'll give you my 2 cents that you can listen to in the other room. Is I think the FPPC is being super overly broad. The precedent of requiring everybody in as large of an area as a CWPP to recuse themselves is like saying everybody that lives in the city of Santa Barbara can't participate in a public process. And so I believe that this is public policy going the wrong direction, but that's my 2 cents. Please proceed with the item.
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. Dennis Bazanch from the County Executive Office, just to provide your board an update on the process and the development of the San Marcos Pass Eastern Goleta Valley Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I'll try not to say that 17 more times because it's rather a long statement, but it really is a process update. You are not being asked today to consider the plan itself or anything else, just to receive a report on the status of the development process. So just to provide, and I'm going to go through some of these really pretty quickly because they are really redundant in the very complete presentation that Battalion Chief Hazard and Chief Peterson just presented. But just to remind us that a community CWPP really does 3 things. It identifies and prioritizes areas for hazardous fuel reduction treatments. It recommends current best practices as to the types and methods of fuel treatments, and then recommends measures to reduce structural ignitability as a way of reducing the hazards associated with wildfires. And it's intended to be built on collaboration with and between various state, federal, and local agencies, as well as other interested parties.
Mr. Bazanich, we have a question.
Oh, thank you. Is this all that a plan can contain? I looked at Monrovia, for example, and it was more expansive. And I think that may be one of the issues that led to some of the disagreement in this plan development is that it focused largely on fuel reduction management, but there is all of the above, as Supervisor Adam has said, set of strategies to protect communities from wildfire.
So, Chair Lavignino and Supervisor Hartman, these are the elements that are pulled out of both the state and federal guidance on CWPPs. These are their bullet points really about what are to be the constitutive elements. I think, though, in the collaborative process that we see between agencies and with members of the community, there are things that may be more expansive, as you described, perhaps from the Monrovia experience and others, where they provide different things. I think the part, and as we get a little bit further on, the question is, what's the relative balance? We've used that word several times in several different contexts this morning and this afternoon, and that at this point, the real question is, you know, it's not prescriptive to say that a third of the plan be this and a third of the plan be that, right? And so that is really the question in front of us. So a little bit about then the board's adopted development policy back in 2011, and there was references made in the prior presentation by Chief Hazard to the Mission Canyon
CWPP, and Ray was here, Ray's still here. He was a major supporter of those efforts, and Jean Yamamura, who's probably off writing a story for a local weekly newspaper. They were key players in that, and Mr. Gazzoni was a major part of that too. That in that process, we also decided that it would probably be really advantageous for our board to settle on what is the normative process for creating these community wildfire protection plans. And so your board reviewed and adopted this policy in 2011 about what the development process ought to look like. It is rooted very clearly within what the state and the federal guidelines around CWPPs require. So it really, we just put more local names and attached local affiliations and agencies to that overall 8-step process. And so if we look at these just in real quick, it really is the convening of a CWPP development team. That development team then reaches out to federal and state agencies. The development team engages other interested parties. The creation of a base map and boundary area for the CWPP, as you can imagine, it's really important that everybody's in agreement about the area that's being discussed as we look at risks and mitigations. Developing that risk assessment, recommending hazard reduction priorities and structure ignitability options, developing a draft plan, and then submitting that CWPP draft to your boards for consideration. There were a number of bullets associated with this. I attached in attachment B the board adopted policy for you to remind yourself or to review, as well as the larger Fire Safe Council preparation document as attachment A to show you the correlation between the two. In terms of the Eastern Goleta Valley, San Marcos Pass CWPP development process, we followed very closely along that same pattern that we just illustrated from the 2011 board adopted policy. A consultant was hired in this case to write the CWPP in October of 2016. There was a community kickoff meeting in late January of 2017 held at the EOC and attended by about a little over 100 folks from the community as participants in that. Following that kickoff meeting, a development team was selected, and they began this process of fact gathering and the development of initial versions of the CWPP between basically February of 2017 and early 2018. You know, it is important to remind ourselves that in the midst of all of this, there were a number of fires, including the Whittier Fire, the Alamo Fire, and of course the Thomas Fire, all occurred during the development team's work on these drafts and fact gathering. It's important to note that in January of 2018, there were the resignation of 2 development team members, one from Forest Watch and one from the Urban Creeks Council. And then the latest version that we've had in our office was dated April 2018, but there's been a couple other iterative versions since that point that are still being worked on. It's important to note that as currently constituted, the development, the plan itself, CWPP in its draft form, doesn't seem to constitute a project under CEQA. We've worked, and Mr. Kleeman's here, Dan is here to address that. He conducted that review just to see that we were basically on track, and with some minor wording changes, we believe that we could bring that to you as a plan, not a project, subject to CEQA. And that, just a reminder, and as Battalion Chief Hazard mentioned earlier, that any of the fuel treatment plans identified or prioritized in the Eastern Goleta Valley, San Marcos Pass CWPP would require CEQA at the time the projects were executed, not as part of the plan process itself. So some possible next steps for you to consider. I think there's an ongoing effort, I know on the part, largely on the part now, and unfortunately on the shoulders of Battalion Chief Hazard, to complete the edits that are recommended by the working group, and as well as those that were recommended by our staff from Planning and Development. I think there's the current draft, the last draft we had in our office still had representatives from Urban Creeks and Forest Watch listed on the title page, and they had specifically asked that their names be removed, and that may have been accomplished already by now. And then just as a way to kind of move the process forward, I just was suggesting that perhaps by the end of the month of October that they would provide our staff as the head of the working group, the internal staff working group, with a copy of what they believe to be that final CWPP for docketing at a later board meeting. There is another iterative process that members of the CWPP development team has recommended, and that would be to provide a bit more of a community forum. And so another element that we could add to these next steps would be to, for example, post the final draft CWPP somewhere in November, post that on a website, allow for a public comment process to begin to develop, receive those comments, as well as the conducting of a public forum, perhaps, where people could comment publicly, make public comment on that draft before it goes into final revisions, before your board would consider it, let's say, next February, in advance of the deadline that Battalion Chief Hazard mentioned earlier today for some of those grant opportunities. So those are some other parts that could be folded in to these next steps. And then just the last slide, receive a report on the status and then provide direction to staff as needed. And I'm happy to, as well as the CEQA determination, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board? I'll hold my questions till after public comment. We have 9 requests to speak.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak on this item, 9 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to start with Ray Smith, to be followed by Gordon Zichi. Ray? Looks like Ray may no longer be with us.
He's here.
You don't make a lot of noise back there.
My apologies.
Again, I'm Ray Smith, a Mission Canyon resident. Surprise, I'm here to speak in favor of you supporting the San Marcos Pass Eastern Galito Valley Community Plan. I think it will be an important link in the proposed South Coast Foothill Community Defensible Space Zone that was just discussed by the County Fire, Chief Peterson and Rob Hazard. I should say for full disclosure that I'm both I'm on the board of directors of both the Mission Canyon Association and the Santa Barbara Fire Safe Council. That said, let me emphasize an important aspect of CWPPs. Consider the word community. Think about that, community. Community is sometimes defined, excuse me, as a unified body of individuals with common interests. It also has a broader meaning. It's a social state or a condition where individuals sacrifice something of themselves for the common good. You've seen the development team do that. The creation of a CWPP encourages and utilizes this collaborative sense of community. That's an open, transparent, democratic process working together towards collective goals. Now, this board knows as well as anybody that democratic working together towards collective goals can be messy, and participants sometimes can and do disagree. However, as the letter that Phil Seymour sent to you, this board, collaboration does not mean that any participant is vested with veto powers simply because their views are not adopted by the majority. Having been through this process now for almost 2 decades, I would argue that good faith negotiation requires compromise to reach a common ground by all parties. Again, I urge you to help promote and provide this CWPP and approve it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Gordon Seachy, to be followed by Kendra Duncan O'Connor.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This is the first time that I've been in this room since, and without a flock of Anacapa School government students. And
sounds like you're taking retirement real hard.
It's called a change of lifestyle, our new lifestyle, DOS. It's not retirement. Here I am. I just want to thank the county for opening its doors. I was head for 37 years. The school is going on as we sit here today, and I'm very happy about that, and to be starting a new life. I want to thank Mona, Doss, and Janet for speaking at the school, for welcoming us over the many years, and that really means a lot to be connected to this town, as well as the city of Santa Barbara, where you were as well, and we, of course, saw you at the state capitol as well on some field trips. It's a real honor to see you guys working like this, and the care and the diligence public servants put into it. I'm just overwhelmed with your commitment and the details that you have to master to do your job. It's just really quite impressive. I know Janet lost her home in the Pandy Cave fire, as well as Susie and I lost our home, and our kids lost their home in 1990 as well. So I'm very well aware of what you went through and what so many went through and so many have gone through since then. We rebuilt, thanks to the county, with best practices in 1991. We moved in 11 months after the fire. And you know, I was kind of lulled for many years into, it was a great stucco, it was a great house, it seemed safe, and then the Gap fire hit, and then this. All these fires hit, and I just have been hardening up ever since, and I'm not taking anything for granted. So metal roof, safe vents, no outside wood, enclosed eaves, et cetera, that's been going on since the Gap fire. Since the Thomas fire, we put in 6 external landscapes sprinklers up in the air all around our property, and coming soon, I'm going to double you. I'm getting 2 5,000-gallon water tanks, and that's going to be coming in the next couple months, engineering that with a very impressive young man, and we're going to be having more sprinklers on top of the house, and I'm going to try and figure that out to be able to leave in a wind-driven fire and get out and get safe. I want independent water, and we're going with fire-resistant windows as well. That's another big investment that's coming in. And I want to just say that in 2017, the summer, we had a fire in the Trout Club, and it was right above us, and it was during the day. Fortunately, air support came in, put it out within a matter of hours, and all the clearing that had been done really helped us out, and we got out of that one. If it would have been in night without air support, if it would have been a down canyon wind, it would have been pretty much a disaster for the Trout Club. I completely support clearing and what the chiefs have done here to bring that to our attention. I went through the agendas and the reviews, and I was actually the California Chaparral, let me get it right, Institute. Actually, Appendix 2 had a really good, something that I'm following, and that is the external sprinklers. And you know, there's some good stuff in that report that I can see, and there's great stuff in all of this going on right now. And I'm just going to close with some quotes from the board. All of the above, Supervisor Adams was like, if it takes fire sprinklers, harden up the home, defend the home, great. All of the above, if it means clearing and doing all the things we have to do, let's do it.
Gordon, I'm going to have to
and I'm going to get out of here.
I gave you a minute free
thank
time.
You, thank you, Supervisor Williams. Come together, and I'll leave with you. Let's just do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon.
Our next speaker is Kendra Duncan O'Connor, to be followed by Craig Jennings. Okay. Craig Jennings. Rocky Siegel. To be followed by Jeff Kuiper.
Mr. Williams, board,
My name's Rocky Siegel. I've lived in the Trail Club for 48 years. I've been on the San Marcos Pass Volunteer Fire Department for 36 years. I'm on the development team for the CWPP. We have tried to remember that it's a community wildfire protection plan. We included people that haven't been included before. We've taken their suggestions, and it was disappointing that one of us decided to resign. I think we've done a very good job. It's a wonderment to me that at this late date that Chaparral Institute would come up with 17 pages of new thoughts after almost 2.5 years of having meetings. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Kuiper, to be followed by Phil Seymour.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, members of the board. I'm Jeff Kuiper, Executive Director of Los Padres Forest Watch. Our organization works to protect the Los Padres National Forest here in Santa Barbara's backcountry and throughout the Central Coast region. I'm also here today on behalf of Urban Creeks Council, the development team representative from that organization was not able to be here today due to work, so I'm here speaking on both of our behalfs. So many of our members, many of our board members, many of our staff have been personally affected by recent wildfires, and we all have a stake in ensuring that the actions our communities take are based on sound science, that they minimize impacts to the environment, and that they're prioritized to ensure that we get the biggest bang for our buck when it comes to protecting our homes from the next wildfire, and there will be a next one. Right now, our community has an opportunity to be a leader in identifying cost-effective, innovative, and science-driven solutions that will help us protect ourselves from wildfire. Vegetation clearing still has a role to play. In fact, our organization supports creating smart defensible space around homes and directly adjacent to communities. However, science tells us that it should not be the only role. It is just one piece of the puzzle. Scientists, including several here locally, are identifying an array of strategies that are equally, if not more, effective in protecting our communities from wildfire. Programs like smart defensible space immediately around the home, educating homeowners about the importance of keeping dried leaves and pine needles out of our rain gutters, screening vents and eaves to reduce ember intrusion, and retrofitting existing homes like we just heard. Equipping firefighters and other emergency responders with the tools they need to more quickly detect and respond to wildfires as soon as they happen. And more complex strategies like re-examining how our local land use policies can be changed just to discourage building in high fire risk areas. Together, all of these actions are a vital part of any community wildfire protection plan, and we've seen it time and again where places like the city of Monrovia, the city of Idlewild, and the Santa Monica Mountains communities are embracing this comprehensive approach to wildfire mitigation and all of the above strategy. We would be absolutely thrilled to see the County of Santa Barbara follow suit. The ingredients are all here to make this happen. We have an informed and engaged citizenry, an open-minded and solutions-oriented board and planners, a committed team of emergency responders, and personal experiences of loss and resilience that should give all of us strong incentive to craft collaborative and effective solutions. And in fact, those are the very same reasons why we decided to join the CWPP process in January of 2017. Unfortunately, they were also the same reasons why we needed to resign from the CWPP development team 1 year later in January 2018. It was a decision that we did not take lightly, and a decision that we have never had to invoke in any of the many collaborative processes in which we've participated over the course of the last 14 years. The other environmental representative on the development team, Urban Creeks Council, resigned as well. Shortly thereafter, the 3 science advisors delivered a letter to the development team outlining their concerns with the direction in which the CWPP was headed. These concerns were not ours alone, but were shared by a variety of CWPP participants. And let me take one moment to again, strike a chord. We're all in this together. We all share a common goal of working to make sure our communities are protected. And inflammatory rhetoric doesn't have any role to play in this process. It degrades the process. there was a Dear Neighbors letter that recently went out to several residents in the area that refers to political grandstanding.
Jeff, wait. We got you a minute over too, so.
Great. Can I just finish wrapping up here? I've got a couple bullet points.
I think we got your point, man. So I think I'm being overly generous, and people keep on pushing it farther. So I'd rather have you wrap up.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Phil Seymour, to be followed by Al Meskimen.
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Seymour. I'm the representative of the Fire Safe Council on the development team for the San Marcos Pass Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I'm co-chair. This is not the time and the place to go into details about the CWPP or the process, but I will tell you some of the things you've heard is a pretty sanitized version of what happened. As you go forward with other communities, I think it would be a good idea to examine, the process and make sure it works and make sure all the people that participated are equally on board. That being said, I think we are leading to a model result through a very collaborative process. The thing to keep in mind is the purpose of the CWPP is to get the people that are going to be protected to work together, and the focus has to be on the community. The way we did that is to get together a development team which had 6 local residents. We brought in fire professionals from the Forest Service and Mr. Hazard, who's great. He's been our leader throughout the process. We had our consultant team, and we brought in the environmental groups because we wanted to keep the balance. But remember that of the people on there, 3 of us, are longtime environmental activists. We don't represent any group, but we made sure those considerations have been taken into account. We were also lucky because 8 of us had actually had firefighting experience, either as volunteer fires, as professional firefighters, or lifetime firefighters like Mr. Hazard and our representative from Paradise, Mark Lenane. This is going to be a very environmentally sensitive CWPP, and when it goes public, I think you're actually going to find some people wondering if we've gone too far. And our answer to that is, we worked at it as ex-firefighters, as fire professionals, and found the balance that we really need. And we can assure people we're doing what we need to do while not going overboard. Regarding the process, we're not done with a public review at all. We waited 5 months to get comments from the county planning and executive office. We're not bringing this CWPP to the board until all our people have had a chance to read it. So we are going to put out a draft. We want your support to do the public noticing, because that can be very expensive. And we will go through it using our democratic process, to vet it and make sure it's representative. We listen to everybody. I can guarantee you, not everybody that wants everything in it their way is going to get it. But we need to move forward on this. I think we have a community consensus, and I hope you will support it as soon as we can get it back to you.
Could I have a question?
Supervisor Hartman has a question.
Phil? Oh, I had a couple of questions. First, I think your environmental and your firefighting credentials give you particular expertise in being able to balance some of these interests. I'm curious about the public process going forward. You said that you want to get notice out to people. Would you envision taking written comments, or are you going to be holding public meetings, or what timing and what process do you see unfolding here?
Okay, we will try. Let me put the emphasis on try, because we have a group, and sometimes it takes time to work things out. Try and get a public draft ready by the end of the month. It would then go on the county website. We'd distribute it through our community channels, schedule a public hearing after people had a little time to read it. Some people like to talk, some people like to submit written comments. We would get all those and then start the process of reviewing them, see where we need to make changes, where we're doing just fine as is.
and then bring that to the board. So happy to give county executive office a copy to review too.
I'd like to make a suggestion that you're free to ignore, but I just wonder if on some of the comments, I mean, I think the community agrees, if there could be a section just saying we heard comments on these matters, we didn't incorporate it, maybe, you know, a short explanation why, or maybe not, but just to give, you know, a sense that there was a full discussion of all these issues, and I think, you know, that would be valuable.
Sure. You're making a lot of work for Mr. Hazard and mostly me, who are the ones who do most of the writing. but
it doesn't have to be elaborate. I mean, it can be. We heard comments in these three categories, and you know, just a paragraph or something, just to so we can see the breadth of the discussion. It doesn't have to be like an EIR, a comment for comment response, but just generally.
Right. Happy to do it. Anything else?
Our next speaker is Al Meskimen, to be followed by Ted Adams.
My legs asleep. I have a hard time. Been sitting here for a while. So my name is Ted Adams, and I have been living in Painted Cave since 1965. I've been there quite a long time. I've seen a lot of fires. I'm vice chair of the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. Definitely support the CWPP and its process. I think that there's this particular CWPP is a bit problematic, but I know the one in Mission Canyon was as well, and I think that those problems are things that bring up issues that we can further address as the process goes forward with other communities. What I'd really like to say is I'd like to talk about the Fire Safe Council a little bit. I think that that's a situation and an organization that has not been really utilized and paid attention to. A number of the people that are sitting in this room right now are members of that organization. We meet regularly. We're a 501c3. We have created an interface between the agencies and the communities, which is invaluable. It's done a great deal for that communication, for developing ideas for the people that live in the area and also with the people that have to fight the fires in the area. And we deal with a lot of issues, and a lot of them have to do with funding and getting funds, and we're working more and more, as I think Rob mentioned, to develop more funding. But we would also like to see perhaps a stronger liaison with this group right here, just because I think that you folks need the perspective that, and Supervisor Hartman, I think that I'd love to talk with you sometime.
I'm volunteering.
That's great. Well, and I think that's just pretty much what I wanted to say. I think that there's a lot of things that we could solve together because we've been working on this problem for many, many years. I've been in the Fire Safe Council now for over 10 years. Actually, today is our 10th anniversary of a radio program that we have in Santa Barbara that we've had for 10 years, just discussing these issues, and I'll bet that most of you have never even heard that radio program. And we do it weekly, and we talk about all the issues that have to do with public safety and all the things that threaten us in Santa Barbara County and across the nation. Actually, we have speakers that come and talk. So I think there are some tools that we have in place that would be very helpful, and I'd like to explore some of those things with you in the future. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Ted Adams, to be followed by Bryant Baker.
That was Ted Adams, so Brian Baker.
Our final speaker is Bryant Baker.
Chair Williams, members of the board, thank you. I just wanted to outline some recommendations that Forest Watch has as this process goes forward. We agree with the development team that the proposed October 30th timeline is insufficient to resolve some of the issues that have come up during the CWPP development process. We also ask for your assistance to ensure that there is a renewed commitment to incorporate science into all facets of this process, to address concerns voiced by team members, and to take a comprehensive approach instead of a narrow one. And on that point of science, comments. I just want to point out that the Scientific Advisory Panel submitted a letter to the development team and the county back in April or March of this year, several pages of concerns over the then draft of the CWPP. This current draft does not seem to address any of their concerns. This is another example of how we're not incorporating science well enough into this process. Finally, we strongly believe that an independent facilitator, as Supervisor Hartman brought up earlier, would help all stakeholders navigate through this sometimes messy and always challenging process of charting a path forward. We're open to any suggestions that your board may have, and we want to help ensure that this process becomes a successful outcome. Thank you.
And that was our final speaker.
Dennis, do you have any comments before we take up the debate?
No further comments.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think all we're doing is getting an update and hearing. I think the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can apply for grant funding, so there is some urgency. But I just want to go back. I have the letter of resignation that Forest Watch submitted, and I just want to read it and then make a comment. Our hope was that this document would become a model for how communities can emphasize building and rebuilding fire-safe communities, focusing on topics like structural ignitability, innovative programs to address and facilitate structural retrofits, and additional steps that our communities can take to become more fire-safe. These are required elements of a CWPP, yet we barely devoted any time to discussing them, and they are relegated to a few brief passages at the end that most residents won't read. So I think my impression is that many of these things that are talked about here are common to any plan, and what we can do to harden our homes, land use issues, evacuation plans, or I mean, I think those are things that I see kind of a website with categories of information or checklists, all of it comprehensive, working perhaps through the Fire Safe Council, and that set the context, and then the list of things that you had that's more fuel management, that's more site specific, and that does take landowners and community members and to design a carefully crafted plan and set priorities and get people to buy into it. So it seems to me that maybe there's a structural way to move forward on this that can address some of those concerns.
Can I dovetail off of that? My understanding is that what you're looking at doing is referring to what the state standards are for hardening, or some other standards that are articulated, so that work is already done, right?
Chair Williams and Supervisor Hartman, on this issue, I think it's important to note that the version that was in print in January of 2018, at which point both Urban Creeks and as well as Forest Watch resigned from the committee, is very, very different than the version that is currently available, which does include, a much expanded structure hardening section that takes into account all the latest contractor requirements for high fire areas, a number of other suggestions that are out there that have been woven into the actual plan itself. That would be the resource that I think, Supervisor Hartman, you're envisioning as being available, generally countywide, but is now a part of this particular plan. Further, I would agree that, when it comes to the specific recommended or suggested identified fuel treatments, those are very localized and are very specific. I mean, I'll just refer to the purple areas that were in the previous presentation as examples of where those would be. So I think there is that level of specificity on the fuel treatment piece, and I think a much expanded version of the structure hardening, other mitigations strategies in the latest versions of the document that I've reviewed.
Great. And if I might, I don't think the state standards necessarily just by reference are good enough. And I have a question. In terms of sprinklers on your rooftop or sprinklers around, I've been told, at least in my area, that depletes the water to actually fight the fire. So I think we want to be careful about, what we communicate in different areas that we want people to do. And those should be up front.
Yeah, to that point, we had a bad experience in the Jesucita fire with people running their sprinklers, and at the time I was in the city council, the city had to send in water personnel into the fire zone in the middle of the fire to turn off the water sprinklers in order to have sufficient water pressure to fight the fire. So no, that's not what we want people to do. I guess my feeling is that I guess what I would like to offer in terms of my view, I am disappointed that Forest Watch and Urban Creeks walked away from the process. Citing structure hardening as the reason sounds to me a little like a red herring, but more substantively, other substantive reasons may have more to do with CEQA and how CEQA is handled. And and there's two ways you could handle that. You could say, hey, it's a plan. We don't have to put anything about CEQA in it, right? What I would argue is maybe a better way to do it is some of the recommendations of how we would handle things in the CEQA process during implementation. For instance, obviously we normally prefer to do this kind of work outside of the bird nesting season, but when we're doing it in the bird nesting season, to have surveys that are relevant and recent enough to be relevant and things like that, I think is the more substantive things that I've heard that should probably be included in the plan. That being said, I think some of the fear and angst over this is that this will slow down or evaporate our political will to get this done, and I don't think that's going to be the case. We want this process to move forward. We want the community to be protected. And for my part, I want that to be done in the most environmentally responsible manner possible. And I hope the plan addresses that substantively. But I don't think that the perfect should be the enemy of the good. And I'm not going to be inclined to derail the whole process if not everything is taken care of up front. Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Williams, I didn't understand. I'm prepared to make a motion that we receive this report on the status, but now we're providing direction to staff as needed, and I'm not sure I understood what you were just suggesting.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into the weeds of it a little bit because I don't fundamentally understand why all parties were more or less agreeable to Mission Canyon and are not agreeable to this, if this is maybe even better and more responsible than Mission Canyon. So I think there's tons of issues. I'm not sure that we can handle all of them today, but the two ones I wanted to put out is that I find it hard to believe that our fire professionals would not want to address hardening substantively. Is my point, I guess, if I could articulate that in a better fashion. But I do see that there's two ways moving forward that you could handle CEQA in the plan. Because it's a plan, you actually don't have to handle CEQA at all. And what I would say is that it would be better to have, along with the recommendations of what you typically would go forward with in implementation, is also some recommendations in how you would handle some of the things under environmental review. And since most of the actions would be exempted from environmental review or be an MND, you're mainly talking about what kind of voluntary mitigations like survey work that you would be doing.
So if I might just press a little further.
Sure.
So if this is a plan, not a project, you want the plan to actually contain next steps for environmental review or guiding principles, or where are you going?
Generally, like what the best practices that we would be doing in terms of clearance projects that then would face CEQA.
Mr. Seymour, I want to ask you a question.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I do too.
We have 17 pages of best management practices. I think you'll be very happy with that part of the plan.
Great. Thank you, Phil. I didn't doubt it for a minute. With that, is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
I want the record to reflect that I made it all the way to 3:05 without eating lunch and didn't blow anybody up.
Hey, that was voluntary, buddy. I gave you 10 minutes to eat lunch. Okay, we are adjourning to closed session.
A2. I don't think you are.
Okay, we're going to need to settle down a little bit. We still have to adjourn to closed session. Mr. Ghazzani.
Chair and Supervisors, the board today in closed session is scheduled to consider 3 items. First, one matter of existing litigation, Whitson versus County of Santa Barbara. Second, one decision on whether to initiate civil litigation. And third, a conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. My estimate is that the 2 litigation items will take a total of about 15 minutes, and the rest will be labor relations.
And conceptually, we'll come back in about 45 to an hour. So your estimate is about 45 minutes?
45 minutes to 1 hour.
Great. Thank you. this back to open session. Please report from closed session.
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board considered 3 matters: 1 existing litigation, Whitson versus Santa Barbara County; 1 decision whether to initiate civil litigation; and conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. There are no reportable actions.
And the clerk of the board is seeking some clarification on A2.
Yeah, Chair Williams, members of the board, we all heard the discussion on that item. I just want to be sure that I heard correctly, and I can just recount what I thought the motion was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. But regarding appointment, recommendation A, which is appointment in lieu, those are those candidates listed on attachment A of the board letter. And those individuals would all be appointed except for those who had been appointed to the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, Division 3 and 6. That would Keith Haddock, Casey Conrad. That would come back next week on the agenda of the 9th. On recommendation B, there would be no change to that. It would be direction for the clerk of the board and the CO's office to seek qualified candidates, work with the districts and with the board staff, and those would be, we would come back to you with a board letter related to that, and these would be appointments to the Carbondale Valley Water District, Carbondale Civil and Fire, Cuyama Valley Recreation District, and the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, Division 5.
Yeah,
Supervisor Adam.
My understanding was, if I recall correctly, because that did go around a couple of times, that in the end, and I'd have to go watch the tape and see if this is correct, but I thought we had put on the people that properly signed up for 3 and 6, and 5 was going to come back next week.
I think the request from the elections official was to just not take action on the Santa Maria as to attachment on A2, and just bring back both of those next week on the 9th.
That is a different question than the one that Mr. Allen asked, which was what the motion was. So that was my understanding of the motion.
But because we are in open session, we could redo a motion right now. And unfortunately, Supervisor Lavin, had to go. So I think in absence of that, the safe thing to do is to bring it all back for Santa Maria Conservation District next week, bring it all back next week or the following, and call it a day.
I think the plan would be to work with elections to bring back those 2 appointments for Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District, Division 3 and 6. Those would have been the appointments in lieu on attachment A today. That would give the elections official some time to at least explain to to interested parties what this process was. Council can comment on this, but this may not be discretionary on the board's part. These people, as you mentioned, these people signed up. They're electors of the district, and so the other part of it with the attachment B part, we're going to come back with that at another time. So what you would see next week would be just these 2 appointments for the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District reflected on attachment A.
I think it seems to be a problem to me procedurally, because I don't know how this board takes an action and then we just sort of throw it over our shoulder.
Well, I thought that was the action that we took. She's trying to clarify before we gavel down.
I thought that was what you had wanted to do. That was my impression, but I don't know if that was actually what was said. That's why I just wanted to make sure.
And I would say this is within the board's discretion today at the same meeting.
Okay, well, I feel really uncomfortable doing that, so.
Supervisors, I don't know if this makes a difference or not, but you're right. The board letter says that the board shall make those appointments. So Supervisor Adams is absolutely right. You shall make those. It doesn't say when you need to make them. And so I think the elections official was saying, just so that he has time to explain the process, he was saying that he could, instead of you taking the action today, give him a week so he can talk to people to explain the process. But your board doesn't, I don't believe, has discretion. You need to make these appointments.
Well, aside from that, I mean, we took an action here. This board took an action, and I don't think you can just set that aside.
I thought that was the action that we
I did too.
Took and voted on, and I even said, so we're doing everything on list A, but not doing it on list B, and everybody said, no, it's the opposite of that. We're doing everything on list B, but not doing everything on list A. And so I felt that was enough clarity to me. Was when I got it wrong, as I was corrected. And what we approved was that we would go forward with recommendation of list B as done, and that list A would go forward with the exception of Santa Maria Water Conservation.
And I think that the clerk, having listened to the tape, and also my office having listened to the tape, is telling you there's enough confusion on what occurred in the earlier vote that we're recommending a clarification to just restate that.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, why don't we deal with this in its entirety in the motion for approval of the minutes next week, because then I can go back. My only problem here, frankly, I don't care how it actually turns out, because I don't have a dog in the fight. But the only problem to me is procedurally, if we took an action, especially with Supervisor Lavanino not here, who was the maker of the motion, I don't want to unwind it. And so I feel like at the end of a meeting to unwind a motion that was duly passed earlier on is not cricket. So I would prefer to just not deal with it until next week. And, you know, I don't even understand the necessity of giving the elections official time to explain to somebody who wasn't paying attention during the statutory period what happened, because, you know, two people were paying attention, signed up, got their names in. It's a done deal, and that's how it works. And if everybody else wanted to pay attention, they could have showed up on the right day too. Well, you know, unwind stuff.
Well, we got to move on. So I am going to move that we reconfirm the motion, as we're not reconsidering it, because this is, in my view, what we did before. We're reconfirming that we adopt staff's recommendation with the exception of Santa Maria Water Conservation District on list A, and that we will bring that back for a future session next week or the following week.
Yeah, our intent would be to work with elections to get that on the agenda for next week, and then the other part of it would be to just adopt recommendation B as stated on the staff report.
So that is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, one abstention. We will adjourn for next week in Santa Barbara, or in Santa Maria.
Thank you.